Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work.
What is it with that creepy story?
It's just a local tale.
You're really into that stuff?
What's going on?
They're coming. Who is?
Resident Evil Village, or 8, depending on who you ask, is the 8th mainline entry in the Resident Evil franchise, and RE8 is a very interesting game to talk about, not only because of the game's themes, maps, characters, so on and so forth, but also because of when the game actually came out. RE8, as I'm going to call it, came out in 2021, 2 years after the Resident Evil 2 remake, which was seen as not only one of the best Resident Evil games ever made, but also survival horror games, and also was nominated for Game of the Year. But not only that was it kind of a follow-up to one of the best Resident Evil games, it was also coming out 4 years after Resident Evil 7, which completely revitalized the Resident Evil franchise after Resident Evil 6 almost killed it. Resident Evil 7 obviously returned the franchise to its horror roots, and while I love both RE2R and RE7, they are both very different games in how they approach their survival horror. Not only in the balance between the survival mechanics and the horror mechanics, but also just how the game is presented to us. So RE8 found itself in a really interesting spot. Do you go with the more horror focus of RE7, which saved the entire franchise, or do you go with the slightly more action focus that the RE2 remake went for, which was still extremely popular? And I think this question could only really be answered when we mention the story of the game. The game itself is a sequel to RE7, following Ethan Winters again, unraveling the mystery of the game's subject matter. So you might believe that the game would go for a pure horror focus, and I think that's what a lot of people thought at first. And many people thought this would be better, but to me, that is wrong. Having a character that has already faced a terrifying bioweapon like Ethan did in RE7 makes it less believable for them to be terrified of what is going on and makes us less scared. We know Ethan can survive some extremely powerful things, so when we see new threats, we won't feel as scared. This is something the Resident Evil directors for RE9 stated with why they didn't choose to bring back a legacy character for a very important game. RE9, for argument's sake, has a brand new protagonist, Grace, who, while yes is linked to previous characters, she's never been seen before. But there was a debate at Capcom to bring a character like Chris, Leon, Claire back as the main protagonist because RE9 is celebrating 30 years of the series creation. So it's a very important game, and not bringing back a legacy character was seen as a bit of a risk. But with them wanting to focus more on horror, they bring in a new character, which makes sense. So bringing Ethan back means that the horror focus can't be everything, because it makes less sense for him specifically to be scared of everything. And also, we do know that Ethan is one hell of a durable individual. So what do you do? Well, you repeat what you did in the past with a sequel with the same character. You focus on the game's action a bit more and tie it into a more body and grotesque form of horror, but also taking a page from Dead Space 2, looking more into the psychology and the man that we are playing as. And to me, this is a genius setup for RE8. Not only does it remind me, of course, of Dead Space 2, as I just said, but it's a clear spiritual successor to RE4 in a lot of the things it sets out to do. And I think that is a problem that this game had. A lot of people looked at this game not as a completely fresh new RE game that was kind of taking strings from everywhere and making something completely brand new, but as more as an RE4 again. People like myself, I will be completely honest, saw RE8 as a first-person RE4, not RE8. And I think this led to a lot of problems for a lot of people. Even myself, I was disappointed a bit by RE8 when I finished playing it all the way back in 2021, because it didn't exactly scratch the itch that I was desiring. After the RE2 remake, I was desperate for RE4 remake, and I thought RE8 would scratch that kind of itch I had. It didn't, but it also didn't scratch that horror itch that RE7 really scratched as well, which it kind of left me in a weird, disappointed place. But I think that was the problem, is I went in with the wrong expectations and came out with it slightly disappointed. I always knew RE8 was a good game, but I always thought it was kind of weak and not that good of an RE game. But going back to it all these years later, and obviously in the build up to RE9, my opinion is completely flipped on it. So I guess let us dive into what made Resident Evil Village, in my eyes, the most misunderstood gem in the franchise.
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work. But the forest greeted them with a dark, cold silence, the bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch, and into the forest deep. Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry. Then the Bat Lord appeared. He greeted her warmly and bit his own wing. "Come, child, quench your thirst," he said. So she drank the thick, dark blood and smiled with joy. Passing through the graveyard, menacing storm clouds loomed, and the air turned bitingly cold. The girl was shivering in her thin clothes. Then a dark weaver appeared, and with a click of his fingers, crafted mist into a beautiful dress. "Come, child, warm yourself," he coaxed. So she clothed herself and smiled with joy. Across waters deep and ominous she went, hoping a boat she found would carry her home. But hunger's grip tightened and her heart grew heavy. Then the Fish King appeared and offered one of his many fins. "Come, child, eat your fill." So the girl ate and smiled with joy once more. Continuing on, she soon entered the forest's dark heart. Then an iron steed appeared, bearing a beautiful golden gear. The creature said nothing as the girl approached and snatched what she thought was another gift. The horse grew angry and summoned the other monsters. Terror filled the girl's heart as the wild wind rose around the beasts. Suddenly, a witch appeared, dark yet regal.
So we open with this really cool and unique looking children's story cutscene, which in of itself I think is here to not only set the tone, but also the theme of RE8. RE8 has a more classical monster theme to it with a more supernatural element within it. Truth be told, this game is very different in enemy portrayal, with many of the enemies and characters relating to folktales, things like vampires, werewolves, ghosts, monsters in the lagoon, and many more. And I think this fairy tale book is here to set that up, that this is a very different kind of Resident Evil game. The way it's going to portray this stuff to us isn't going to be the norm, and I think that's a good thing and makes RE8 stand out the most, in my opinion, from the entire franchise. To me, RE8 always seemed like the black sheep of the group, but it's not really a black sheep, it's more like a cow in a completely different field. It is a very different game in how it presents itself and how it portrays the subject matter at hand. But it also sets up the entire game story, with everything being foreshadowed from the book itself, with even the boss order being teased within this book.
"Gifts we gave, but more you took," she snarled. "So more in turn is due." In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror.
But it is revealed that this book is being read to Mia and Ethan's daughter, Rose.
She's asleep.
What is with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
Woman at the store said it was traditional. A local tale. Besides, Rose doesn't seem to mind.
Because she doesn't understand it. Thank God. We moved here so that she wouldn't have to deal with any of that, remember?
There's nothing wrong with my memory. You're just being paranoid.
It's not... Never mind. I'm sorry. But I'm not paranoid. I'm just cautious.
Then, go cautiously take your daughter to bed.
After the events of RE7, the pair settled down and were able to have a child. How nice. Ethan and Mia, both of their respective VAs returned for their roles. Todd Soley, Ethan's voice actor, I recently learned was in the amazing game Devil's Third, if you know you know, and Katie O'Hagan. I do genuinely like both of these actors. I think they're great, especially Mia's performance, because she has quite a lot of material that she can go with and quite a wide range of stuff that she needs to do, and she does a stellar job at it. But Ethan, I do like him, but he is still definitely the same cornball that we once had in 7, and he definitely has some issues. I don't know if this is direction, the actor, the script, if it wasn't described enough, but I often felt pulled out, especially back in 2021 and even now. Ethan is still the biggest problem with this game. I don't know, honestly. I don't want to say it's the actor or the script or the directors. I think it's just a bit of everything, and I think, again, this game runs into the problem where Capcom didn't know if they wanted to make him a full-blown character like Leon and Chris, or a self-insert character which doesn't speak, doesn't do anything, he is just there for the player to feel immersed. It explains the first-person perspective and why they never really reveal his face. They still don't do it in Village. I won't go on about it too much right now. I'll definitely talk about it more when we get to a certain scene where I think it's sort of shown off in a really bad way and kind of proves my point. But we'll just continue though and move on. Now you might notice Mia is a bit mean. I mean, in the last game as well, she was quite ruthless, but for a newlywed couple, kind of, I mean, they kind of were separated for like, what, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, I don't know, who just had a child, she seems, for a lack of a better word, quite combative, quite aggressive, and she very quickly flips a switch and is quite angry with Ethan. So it seems like paradise isn't all sunshine and rainbows, especially in the Winters household. But with our daughter in hand, we can explore the Winters house, and we see the kind of life that they have been living, and it is a very nice house filled with very nice memories. Beach days, the birth of their child, you get it, you know it. It's meant to be the idyllic, beautiful life that people want to live. It's the dream life on the surface. We can even find a wedding gift from the pair's wedding, which happened a few years before RE7, with this little music box displaying, again, if you didn't play RE7, you would figure out that these two have been married for quite a while. But also, talking about RE7, we can find a newspaper talking about the Louisiana incident, or the Baker incident as we know it as, with the whole incident, the mold, everything being covered up with a gas explosion, because remember, it went boom at the end. So it seems that whoever was in control, Blue Umbrella, BSAA, whoever, covered up the entire incident and just swept it under the rug. They did not want to reveal this bioweapon to the world. But we can now put down Rose in her bed as she goes to sleep, and on a laptop in one of the rooms we can find some notes from Ethan, a kind of diary entry, with him commenting about fights that him and Mia had recently had, with her refusing to talk about the Baker incident entirely, and even about things that happened in the past, which to him he sees as a bit odd, as he really wants to talk about it and kind of get it off his chest, because again, male mental health, talk about things. But she just does not want to talk about it. She wants to just ignore it and move along like nothing ever happened. But Ethan does believe that this is something that needs to be mentioned, talked about, and also he realized that his wife was part of a criminal organization that was selling bioweapons to terrorists. I think you'd want to talk to your wife about that choice of profession and why she disappeared for multiple years without saying anything. But hey, that's my opinion. But yeah, Ethan definitely married quite a weird woman. But then again, Ethan's quite the weird individual, as he has terrible luck with photos, as none of the photos in the house have his face on it, including his own wedding photos. His face is obscured. Again, this is like a running joke in Resident Evil 7 and 8, but I really think this is a massive problem that Ethan has. It almost dehumanizes him, as we don't actually see his face at all in Resident Evil Village and its DLCs. We get parts of his face, but we never see the whole face. And I think Village should have evolved him into a full-blown character, especially with the narrative that they're going to tell. They needed to humanize him. We needed to see his face, but we don't. Again, I get the game is first person, but I think this moment here, with all the photos, should have been the only time we see his face. And I think that would have been a great way to actually make him feel more real and more human. Show us the memories that he sees, that he remembers. And I think that would be the best way to do it. I really do not understand why Capcom died on this hill of not seeing Ethan's face, because if you don't know, they added a third person mode later on, in which you can see Ethan's face entirely. So the fact that we don't see it ever in the game is so odd to me. But let's just go have dinner now.
Is she okay?
Sleeping like a baby. That smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister. It's churba de legume. It's a local recipe.
Wow, you've gone full native, haven't you?
Local wine, too. But if you're gonna keep sulking all evening, maybe you shouldn't have any. You really have to stop worrying.
It's just finding you in Louisiana, the pregnancy, Chris moving us here, military training, it all happened so fast, you know?
Well, at least we're all together. You, me, Rose. Now, everything's gonna
Seriously, think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
It happened so long ago. I don't understand why you are so...
Mia, get down! Mia! Mia, oh God!
Hey, Chris is back.
What the hell?
Sorry, Ethan.
No! What? Why?
Okay, what the hell is going on? Why did Chris Redfield, resident boulder punching man, just shoot Mia in the head and body multiple times? And take our daughter, and us as well? Well, maybe he will answer some questions.
Go on, move!
All clear. Rose? What the hell are you doing with my daughter?
Package secure, sir. Take him away.
I said get your hands off her!
Ethan, no.
Rose.
Get him out of here.
I don't know why this scene always makes me laugh. Every time I've watched this scene, played it, whatever, I always laugh because it just sounds like someone talking to their dog telling him to not do something. But with us being knocked out, we now get a flashback sequence.
Hey, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your daughter's results back, and I'd like you to come in to talk about them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next week. Hey now, think positively, all right? We talked about this.
I know. We hardly talk about anything else. I keep telling you, it's not Rose that I'm worried about.
Well then what are you worried about? Look, she's gonna be fine. I just know it. What else matters?
We matter, Ethan! You matter! You just won't.
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me. Damn it. I have to take this.
Again, it seems like the sunshine and rainbows that we would perceive as Ethan and Mia having after RA7 wasn't real. Mia here though says something a bit odd that doesn't really follow up with what we were learning from the Mia that we were just around. It seems that all Ethan and Mia talked about when they moved was what happened in Louisiana, was what happened to the Bakers, was her previous job. It's all they talked about. He just needed to keep talking about it because he couldn't understand it, and it started to annoy Mia, which might explain why she refuses to talk about it. But that's a key point. She does talk about it to this Ethan right here in this memory, and it causes an argument because it's all they talk about. They don't talk about the future or anything else. It's just what has happened. But Mia also pulls sort of attention to something more interesting, with Ethan stating that nothing matters as long as their child is safe. But Mia says that she wants the pair of them to be safe, and then specifically focuses on Ethan, indicating to us potentially that something is wrong with him, or maybe he's in danger, or someone's hunting him, and that might be why they're in protective custody. This attention, this dragging of our attention to Ethan, wanting him to be safe, tells us something. She is scared of something that might happen in the future that we don't know yet, and I think that's a good mystery to lie out and makes us more intrigued about what is actually going on. What is Mia scared of? Why was she being so secretive, and what is wrong with Ethan? What is he in danger of? So many questions that need answering that we're going to have to try figure out. With us waking up after being knocked out, we of course see that shit has hit the metaphorical van, with the van itself that we were in being transported through crashing, and we can hear a phone ringing.
Jesus.
About damn time. What's your status? Is the package safe?
What are you talking about? Where's Chris Redfield? And Rose?
Who is this? This is a secure channel. You're not authorized.
Fuck.
It appears Chris's men got attacked, and Rose, the package, as Chris referred to her when he grabbed her, was lost. But with the phone now dying, Ethan starts to wander his way through the woods to try find somewhere to shelter, find safety, something. Just get out of where he was, because that cold air is brutal. And I absolutely adore this opening section, with us just wandering through the woods in the dark, because we have no clue where we are or what could potentially be out there. Now, what I love about this section, specifically memory-wise, is I remember watching some gaming presentation, the 2020 PlayStation Showcase, might have been the Game Awards, I don't know what it was, where RE8 was revealed. And this is the scene that was used to kind of introduce the game, and yes, I was very excited about this being revealed, and it seemed to me like they were focusing more on horror with a sort of Blair Witch style to the game. And it's such a great opening scene, and I think it really does set a great tone for a horror-focused game. Remember, I said this because again, the game is about to completely change about in an hour. But anyway, with one screaming bird later, we find a bunch more dead birds, and also someone else is here in the woods with us, But wandering a little bit further, eventually we can escape the cold winter air into an old woodland house, which is, let's say, very old looking. It of course has this almost medieval style to it with its development. Just ignore the modern fridges and the modern plumbing. Everything else, very medieval. Windows, doors, tables, chairs, beds, the walls, the house itself, very medieval-ish. But of course in this house, something makes its presence known. And with some blood on the floor, we are guided into the basement where we can find a photo of some mysterious figure and some scary planks of wood. But following the blood even further, we eventually reach a wardrobe, and inside... Nah, you thought a jump scare was going to happen, didn't you? Honestly. Someone isn't very happy with us being in here, so heading upstairs to investigate, we find something has decided to open up the house, probably to do some open plan living.
What did all this?
I don't know, Ethan, but I really hope you don't become a character that constantly asks questions just for the sake of asking questions. That's gonna happen. This is what I call psychomantis-itis. If you don't know, a joke I always make when a character asks a really stupid question is I go, psychomantis. Obviously referring to Metal Gear Solid, where Solid Snake just starts asking the questions by stating names, i.e. psychomantis. It's something that a lot of characters have a problem with, where they just ask questions for the sake of asking questions, and it adds nothing. It's there to make sure the player is still on track and is still following and understands what's going on. I understand that, but for fuck's sake, give these guys some more character. Don't just make them ask questions for the sake of asking questions. And for like the first 2 hours, Ethan does this constantly. He suffers so much from psychomantis-itis. It's painful. The amount of questions he asks for the sake of asking questions is unbearable at times, and it's such a nitpick by me, but it really hammers home the problem with his character, and I think a problem a lot of people have with his character. But let me stop moaning and let us continue with the game. Heading outside now, we can run through the woods and we can finally see the place that we ended up at.
Where the hell am I?
Finally reaching RE8's focal location, the village. And man, this game fucks. Atmospherically, visually, graphically, and thematically, RE8 has no competition visually. To me, it is the best Resident Evil game visually because it has such a unique theme, style, and feel to it. This game is so different to every RE game, including its predecessor, 7. Even other horror games wish they could be this good looking and have this good theming. And I think just the visuals alone should have really set this game apart, and it did. And it shouldn't have been looked at as RE4's successor. And I think the problem that they had was naming it Village. Unfortunately, if you were to say to me a Resident Evil Village section, I think of the RE4 opening section in the Village. Calling this game RE Village, I think, was one of the worst titles they could have given the game. Call it anything else for the title. Again, I understand they needed to put the village and they wanted to do the Roman numerals in it, but man, come on, this game has so many better locations they could have used that I think would have suited it way better. Or, you know, just call it RE8. It's RE8, so just call it that. But I think just from this game's visuals, themes, opening, everything, this game shouldn't be looked at as a spiritual successor to RE4 or even a sequel to the domestic horror that was RE7. It's going to focus on a true blood folktale horror style of horror, something very different that RE has never attempted before. Almost every RE game is either physical horror with things like RE1, 2, 3 with zombies, Nemesis and Mr. X, RE4 with the more unknown horror and body horror with the big monsters being in an unknown location, RE5 with the more infection horror and seeing the suffering and how much power people have, RE6 with the global horror with the world falling apart, and then obviously RE7 with the domestic horror. RE8 is focusing on folktale horror, which if you don't understand what I mean by that, think of folktale horror as stories people tell to scare children, to stop them from doing things. Them stories, they're going to become real. So that's the kind of horror it's going for. These mystical, folktale-y horror stories that children are told to stop them running around at night are going to come to life and attack us, basically. And I think most of the game's setting is perfect for this game. The village itself, the old European, out of fucking nowhere village situated under a castle, perfect for this style of horror. The castle itself, perfect. And this itself should have told us that this is not going to be a very personal, cramped, enclosed story and tale about something like domestic horror. It's going to be something more dramatic, something more intense, something more bombastic. It's stories, it's something larger than life, vampires, werewolves, whatever, something more than something simple. And replaying it now, I found it was setting up this idea really well, in my opinion. Like, it makes the reveal of the Lycans and vampires and everything else more believable, and I think it suits it a lot more. But exploring a bit more, Ethan makes a really good observation.
Maybe they're out?
Yes, Ethan, they're out. They're definitely out.
This is what I mean by psychomantis-itis. It is so stupid. I really hate saying this, but it is so hard to love Ethan. I like Ethan Winters as a character. I think he is okay, but I do not love him. I don't love him like I do Leon, Chris, Jill, Rebecca, or the others. I like him. I think his voice actor is fine. I think he's good, but I think the writers have wrote him in the weirdest way possible again. And it's weird to me because the writers for every other character in this game, apart from one, which is Chris, which we'll get into in a bit, I think they're all great. I think every other character is written really, really well in this game, except like two. One's a bit iffy and then one's pretty bad, with Ethan being the bad one, but that's because of just inconsistencies, not wanting to fully commit to being a character. You get the point. I'm gonna keep yapping about this probably throughout the video because it really does annoy me, and it is my biggest problem with the game. Just this one thing that keeps the game from being like this amazing game that tells a really personal story that I think is such a shame. Context, I really like Ethan Winters as a character. I think his voice actor is fine. Like, I'm not gonna say he's amazing. I think he does a fine enough job. I don't think he's on the level of Leon's new voice actor or even Chris's new voice actor. I definitely think he's got some rust to get out of him, but he does a good enough job. But I think it's the way the writers wrote him that really annoys me. I'm not saying the writers are bad, because the writers did a really good job with basically every other character in this game, apart from Chris. We'll get onto him later. I think the problem that the RE writers ran into was they didn't really know what kind of character they wanted to make Ethan, because they couldn't make him a copy of either Chris or Leon. They couldn't make him the hardened, no-nonsense Chris Redfield, a man that does his job and duty above everything else, or the smart-mouthed, slick, stylish Leon Kennedy. And I think they really struggled to find a place for him to slot into, with him not being able to be the scaredy cat type character that they're going with now with Grace, or a character that is a cool, collected hero. And all the while, the devs were trying to make him not too much of a character. So us, the players, we couldn't really be him, because he has got a slight character to him, but he hasn't got enough of a character to make him feel good enough and feel satisfying as a character. But Ethan in general as a character, he doesn't have a lot going for him that is interesting. We don't really learn a lot about Ethan's past at all. Occasionally he cracks jokes and does one-liners and does the psychomantis-itis shit, but he just acts in such a weird way that I don't really know if he would have been a good character. I know what they could have done with Ethan. I think they could have made him a really angry and really unreasonable character and make him do anything to save Rose, and that would have tied perfectly into this game's story in my eyes and just the overall narrative of it. But they didn't. They kind of feel like they're holding him back and not letting a character really flourish and really bloom into something unique. Ethan honestly could have become a big Resident Evil character. He could have been up there with Chris and Leon if the devs wrote him well. Village has the material to make great characters, and it does make some great characters. Some of these characters will be remembered for years to come, mainly the villains, and specifically one of them for multiple reasons. But I think Ethan could have easily been one of the best characters in this game if they actually made him a full-blown character, not half in, half out with him again. And I think this is the game that needed a full-blown, it needed a primary protagonist to really show emotion and have an arc and do all these things and have a journey throughout, because unfortunately we have a little bit at the beginning, not a lot during the middle, and then a lot at the end, and that's it. And it feels really jarring to talk about like character development in this game. Now, I hate doing this. I hate comparing characters to each other because it's like comparing apples to oranges, but let's just make a point real quick. Let's take Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 2. In Resident Evil 2 Remake, he is this rookie cop, starry-eyed. He comes in with a good attitude, he's happy, he's there, and he wants to help as much as possible. He's young, he's dumb, and he's a Boy Scout, and that's his character, and the entire story ties into this theme of him being a Boy Scout and wanting to do the best to everyone and try to save everyone, and it's this really great narrative about him realizing that he can't save everyone. He can't save Ada in the end, he can't save that little girl, the gun shop owner's little girl, he can't do all these things, and he knows that the world isn't perfect, and it hardens him. And then obviously in 4, he's aged a bit, he's no longer that Boy Scout, he's got a bit of a rough edge to him now. He's confident, he's slick, but he will always help others, but he knows when he needs to do something a bit more dirty. Not only in that game does he save Ashley, but he does save a couple of others along his journey, or tries to. but it shows genuine character and character development. We saw Leon change between the games and what changed him. We saw what changed him. The events of Raccoon City Outbreak changed him, and we see that change in RE4. I really wish from RE7 to RE8 we saw a massive character difference in Ethan, especially after becoming a father. I really do wish they made him more of a character and showed that off in this game, but they don't. I'm not saying bring back a character like Leon or Chris, no. What I'm saying is make good new characters and develop them well, because Resident Evil franchise needs new characters in my opinion. We are getting them, which is good, but I'm scared that Capcom's going to fall into the trap of believing that they need to have the old characters in the game to sell well or to do well or to be seen as good narratively, which is not true. They could have very easily made Ethan a great character. But TLDR, how would I save this game narratively? Make Ethan really, really angry and make him the father that will do anything to save his daughter. Make that his whole thing. Make that his character. Make him a man on a mission, a man scorned, a dad who's been wronged. Like Taken. Make him basically Liam Neeson in Taken. That would be my idea for a character. I'm not a writer, but I'm sure you could do a lot more fun stuff with that theme. Enough complaining, let us continue on exploring the village itself, with it really being a ghost town. Now you might think, oh, it's abandoned, but it's not. We can see freshly made hay bales scattered about, and most importantly, a tractor which has been left running. But also we can hear music in the distance, telling us that there are people here, or that they were here very recently. It's a really big goat. Big goat, oh, that's huge. That's a huge goat. So we just need to find them, and searching a house we can find an item to defend ourselves. Fucking knife. CSGO knife. A knife. Honestly, my favourite thing. It's honestly a shame they didn't bring back the old shitty flip knife from RE7. I like what they did in RE4 where Leon has the knife that he got in RE2. And I think it would be a fun little detail if Ethan kept the flip knife from the police officer, but he doesn't. But we get a new knife. Of course, the knife will not only be able to be used to attack things, but also break open boxes, which is what this knife will be mainly used for, mostly. But with us getting also a medkit, the inventory system. Way. And yes, the game keeps the glorious grid-based inventory system, which I adore. We continue searching more houses, and Ethan is still confused about why people left. It looks like Ethan because that soup is fucking stone cold.
No, friendly.
Who are you? Who sent you?
Nobody. There was an accident down the road and... What's going on?
Oh no. They're coming.
Who is? What the hell was that?
You have a gun?
What?
Please tell me you have a gun.
No, why would I?
Take it! Take it!
We receive our first weapon, the basic pistol, the Lenny.
Hey, are you listening? Hey!
Well, it seems whatever took him didn't like him that much.
Dead body?
I'm not even joking, he loves stating the fucking obvious. But with us investigating these bodies, Ethan notices that one of them is still moving. And we are introduced to the brand new shiny enemy type, the Lycans, which just took a chunk out of Ethan's hand. And honestly, I really like the Lycans a lot. Not only from a visual and thematic standpoint, I really like werewolves and vampires and classic monsters. I think they're really cool, but also gameplay wise. By the events of RE8, Ethan is a bit more skilled with weapons, with him receiving military training from Chris Redfield himself. So Ethan is able to shoot faster, with your zeroing being way faster. Reload, you do it much faster and much more cleanly, and also you move a bit faster. Your strafing's a bit quicker, you're not as clunky as you were in RE7. It's a great way to show character development in gameplay, and it does it perfectly here. But with this, it means that you are able to fight way more effectively. Now, unlike RE7, the molded enemies were very simple. They were just normal shamblers, they walked towards you, and they were very easy to headshot. It balanced itself out with your very poor gun skills and these very slow, shambly enemies. So if we upgrade Ethan's abilities and make him easier to play, and means that you can hit shots way faster, way more consistently, we need the enemies to get an upgrade. And luckily, the very first enemies we fight, the Lycans, are way more aggressive than the molded enemies in RE7. With them ducking and dodging when we aim at them, but not only that, they are way faster and they feel like they do way more damage with them being way more grabby. I honestly love the Lycans so much, and I think they are one of the best RE enemies ever made, and I mean that. They are so different and they act so differently, and it feels like they actually play to their advantages. It feels like they try to get in cover and try their best to minimize the damage they take. As when you're looking at a Lycan, they won't initially just charge you like the molded or anything. They will sit there and wait for you to aim, then dodge, and then go for you. If you turn your back, they'll go for you. I really like this very small thing that shows that they have a level up of intelligence compared to every previous enemy in the series. But killing the dogs, we can grab some bolt cutters to move further into the village. But as we enter one building, it's clear that wasn't the only Lycan in the village. With a lot more making noises. Like this one right here. And now we have to survive them trying to break into the building. And this is kind of a new thing that they did in RE8. You have these holdout sections where you can barricade a room or a building and you can fight the Lycans off the windows. And I really do like this idea. It's really half-baked, but it's a very cool thing that they tried to do in this game. Spread throughout the village are multiple houses with these bookshelves, cabinets, whatever, that you can drag in front of the door, and if you're being attacked by the Lycans, they will obviously try to break through the door, the windows, whatever, but you yourself can fight them off, almost kind of playing Nazi zombies in Call of Duty again, which I like it. It's simple and it gives you a good way to give you some breathing room when you want to heal, figure out what you want to do, work out what bullets you got, what you want to use, what you don't want to use. Is a great way to make the more aggressive enemies easier to deal with if you are smart and you are calculated. But eventually the Lycans will give up and the radio turns on.
Hello. If there are any survivors out there, come to Louisa's house near the fields.
Survivors?
Well, it seems like there are some survivors in the village in a specific building, with the woman on the radio giving us the location where they are. A place that we are now going to head to just to see if we can figure out what's going on. But these dogs aren't gonna make it easy. With us now entering RE8's first big combat section, the Lycan attack, with the objective to survive. This is almost a beat for beat with RE4's section, the opening village section. And honestly, when this section is played correctly, as it's very scripted, this section, I'm not joking, it feels very scripted, it's really fun. You go from building to building, barricading it, fighting them off, trying to survive as long as possible, eventually being forced out and having to run down the river, which eventually leads to the engagement ending. But if you don't play this section the way the game wants you to, it will be almost impossible to beat. The Lycans are so aggressive, you just do not have the ammo, especially in harder difficulties, to deal with them. there is an achievement for killing all of the Lycans and the boss of the area, which I myself have never done, and I don't even think it's possible in the harder difficulties because I don't think there's enough explosive barrels scattered about. It makes it so difficult, and I think that's a problem. Unlike the RE4 original and RE4 remake village section, that was very free in how you approached the situation. You could stand and fight and parry and just kill everything, or you could use the environment to your advantage, shooting a lantern to set them on fire, pulling over some shelves to block their path, just kiting them around, going into a building to slow them down, all these things to make the engagement easier. Or you could do the shoot the bell thing and instantly end the engagement. But RE8, it feels way more limited and not as expansive. The section you're playing in is way smaller than that section in RE4, and it makes it way harder as well, because not only are the enemies way stronger with them dodging and actually being way more aggressive, you don't have the abilities that Leon had in RE4 remake. Obviously, the original RE4 was way slower and easier to shoot enemies in the head despite the controls, and RE4R had the parry mechanic. Here we don't get any of that. The enemies are way more aggressive and we don't really have a lot of kit to really deal with them with. Yes, we can get the pump action shotgun in this section, the M1897, a very decent shotgun, and it will help us a lot in the early game. But here you just do not have the ammo to really make a big difference. So if you are like me and you found yourself struggling with this section, I will give you some advice. Enter the first house, grab the shotgun, then head down into the basement through the ladder. And in this section, just here, the enemies will not come in to attack you except 2 Lycans. The 2 Lycans that will be chasing you in the house. Kill them Lycans and then sit there. Just wait. Eventually, Ethan will say something.
There's no end to them.
And the Lycans will start coming into the basement. This is your sign to get out of the house and run down the river. If you run down the river to a specified location, the scripted cutscene will trigger. And that's kind of what I mean. It's very scripted in how it works. Yes, again, I'm going to keep talking about RE4. RE4 has a very scripted sequence in the opening, but this is extremely scripted, like almost scripted to a sense that if you go off the script, the section just doesn't work and it breaks and it just falls apart. Where's everyone going? Bingo? But with Ethan having survived the attack and ripping the arrow out of his leg,
Wait.
we can continue our search of the village, seeing the sheer destruction the Lycans have left in their wake. But we can also run into a survivor that seems to have survived the attack.
In life and in death, we give glory.
Hello? You shouldn't be out here. It's not safe. What the hell? Hey, can you hear me?
It's you, the child's father.
Child? Hey, wait. Do you mean Rose? Is she here?
Rose! Rose, yes. She is in great danger. Since Mother Miranda brought her to the village, we have fallen into darkness.
What are you talking about? The monsters?
The castle bell heralds danger. They're coming!
No. Wait. Where's Rose? Who's Mother Miranda?
The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again!
Rose is here?
Well, that seriously ain't too good, with Rose apparently being in danger. But we are drawn to the castle with its bell chiming and the sheer view of it just drawing our attention in. A forewarning of the coming danger. Danger of the Lycans, which we heard in the distance. Which obviously might explain why everyone's missing, because the Lycans have been going on a tear, just running through the village, just having a good old jolly time. But we can continue to search the village, eventually finding a house with a shrine within it. A shrine to that shadowy figure again, and that symbol on the wall again. It seems that also the people were praying to the Lycans, which, man, they are praying to a lot of different things, aren't they? But at this point, the village really opens up to us, and the village itself will act as the main central area of the game, with us returning to it constantly, opening up new areas to find new items, to get upgrades, new weapons, the whole 9 yards. It is a full-on RE area that you return to throughout the game's story. But for now, it is quite limited, with a lot of the buildings and pathways being obstructed or locked to us currently. But we can find another church, with a much bigger shrine to that same shadowy figure, with 4 other figures around her. So obviously these 5 individuals are very important to the village itself. But anyway, through that and heading towards a larger house in the distance, through the main menu screen, yes, this is the main menu screen, we again are faced with a couple of Lycans, but with our trusty Pumpy and a couple of mines, we can easily deal with them. And now reaching the main gate, we find that it is locked. So we head through this side building and...
Close the door, please.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Stay back.
Please, don't hurt us.
Whoa. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just glad to see normal people at last. Have you seen any other survivors?
No. They're all in Louisa's house. And she's not answering and the gate is locked.
Quiet girl. He's an outsider.
Oh. Shit, we're sitting ducks in here. Can your old man walk?
No. One of the monsters cut him. He's lost a lot of blood. We have to get into Louisa's house.
Quiet. Must be a way inside. Stay here. Be quiet. And don't move until I get those gates open.
Well, we need to help Elena and her father to shelter to get into that house. Why? Because they need to escape the terrors of the village and her father has been badly injured. So we climb through the window and over the wall to unlock the gate, allowing us to save this family from probably destined death.
Come on, it's clear.
Hurry! Hurry!
Took your damn time.
Oh, you're welcome.
He's not used to relying on other people. I'm sorry. We'll be safe in here, won't we?
Safer here than out there, that's for sure. Hey, do you know anything about what's going on around here?
It doesn't make any sense. Mother Miranda has always protected us.
Nobody's answer.
Father? We have to get inside.
Hello? Anybody home?
Maybe a familiar voice. Louisa! Open up! It's me, Elena!
Stop shouting. You'll draw the monsters.
Julian, calm down.
Who's this?
A friend!
Stay back.
Father! For God's sake, Julian, let us in.
No, they'll smell the blood. You'll endanger us all.
My father will die out here.
That's not my problem.
What's going on?
These people want to let a dying man into our home.
Come now, these people are our friends. Go on, go inside. Come now. This way. You're not from this village.
No. I'm Ethan.
Julian, go make yourself useful and check the grounds. I said go! Well, if Elena trusts you, then so do I. Come inside, Ethan. Wait here. I'll check on the others.
And now we are guided into the house and we are instructed to wait, allowing us to have a gander about, looking at a note about how Mother Miranda has abandoned them and they are no longer being protected from the Lycans. I'm assuming that Mother Miranda was holding back the Lycans from attacking the village, but now she's not protecting them and the Lycans have kind of just gone full hog wild, running through the village on horses and just killing everyone. But also there's this nice picture book which allows us to get a glimpse at all of the future areas we'll be exploring in the game. But of course, we aren't left alone for too long, and we can meet all the survivors of the village, all 6 of them.
What the fuck is this? Outsiders, you're gonna get us all killed.
Quiet, Anton. He helped Leonardo and Elena.
We were doing fine by ourselves.
Please, Ethan, take a seat.
Is this all that's left? From your entire village?
All that's left? All that's left? There is no one left! A worthless invalid, a stupid, wailing bitch! And you drag a bloody man and an outsider in here like it's nothing and expect to be all safe? There is no safe! Every sorry bastard out there has been ripped in half. But tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll all be dead. Just like her damn husband. Put a sock in it, Roxana!
That's enough! This house has protected my family for generations. And drunk or not, you are all welcome and safe in here.
Whatever.
Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
We don't know. One day we were a quiet, devout village, and the next, the monsters came and attacked us. And they kept coming.
Wait, Louisa, where is your husband? Did they?
No. No, he is out there. Somewhere. He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help.
Let us pray. For him. For all of us.
Good idea. Come. Gather.
Great ones, hear our voice. Together as one in reverence, we call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await the light at the end. In life and in death, we give you glory, Mother Miranda.
Now, the tea should be ready. Come help me, Elena, please.
That prayer, I've heard it before. There was an old woman near the graveyard.
You mean the hag? Bitch is crazy as a bag of rats.
There is wisdom in her devotion, though. And I hope it protected her as it shall protect us.
What are you doing?
Leonardo, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Father!
Elena, no, stay back!
No, let me go!
Now, what I find most interesting about this scene is that it reveals that the lycanthropy, the Lycan curse, isn't really a supernatural thing. It's not a curse given by witches or the mother Miranda herself or the old hag. It's a disease that is spread through scratches and bites. The man here was injured. He was scratched up, clawed, probably bit into, and he got infected. So you might question, does that mean that Ethan will turn into a Lycan? Spoiler alert, no. But it does tell us here that what is going on isn't the power of gods or curses or folktales come to life, but like all Resident Evil games, diseases. I know that some people might argue that in some stories, lycanthropy can be spread through cuts, bites, everything from a Lycan, and it acts like a disease, but it is still a curse. But most of the time, lycanthropy cannot be spread. It is normally just a curse that is put on a bloodline or an extended family or an area. It's not normally, traditionally, been able to be spread because, of course, Lycans would mostly just kill the things that they bit. But it does tell us that it is a infection, a viral infection, a bacterial infection, maybe a fungal infection. We don't know yet, but it is clear that it can spread throughout people, and probably explains why there's not a lot of bodies in the village scattered about, because most of them have turned into Lycans. The ones that got bit once and got away, they would turn and then fuck off. But of course, the Lycans would take the bodies to their den to eat them as well, most likely, which we saw at the beginning of the game. But with the house now on fire and falling apart, us and Elena somehow survived the absolute shambles of an attack with the people having no survival instincts whatsoever. We tried to make our way out and save her from the shit that is going on. And Ethan talks to her in this really, and I mean really weird way.
Hey, that wasn't your father anymore. You did the right thing. Elena, no! There's nothing you can do! Papa! This entire place is collapsing! You couldn't save him. He was already gone.
Leave me alone.
No, we're getting out of here. Together.
I don't know why, but this line just sounds so odd to me. It sounds like he's speaking to like his girlfriend or wife. It sounds like he's speaking to a girl that he really cares about and wants to keep safe. He just met this fucking woman. He doesn't know this woman. But Ethan makes it clear that he wants to try save her from the shit that is going on. So we use this old whip to break through the building.
What are you thinking?
Step back. We can bust out with this.
Ethan, are you all right?
I'm fine. Let me back up again.
The fire. There isn't any time.
And then we ascend to find a way out of the house, but guess what?
There. That's our way out.
Thank God. But what then? The village is still full of monsters. We can't fight them. There's too many.
Hey, don't talk like that. We'll find a safe house to put you in until I can find my daughter. My hunch is she's in that old castle.
No. That place is full of nothing but blood and death. And I don't want to be alone while you're... Father?
Elena, no. That's not him. Not anymore.
He said my name. Father!
Wait, it's not safe. Stay there. Come on. Give me your hand.
Ethan, go. Save your daughter.
Elena, don't give up. Reach for me. God damn it.
He has the fucking little hissy fit, doesn't he? Why the fuck does everyone keep dying on me?
Why is everyone dying on me? This is just too much.
Yeah, she's pretty stupid and Ethan ain't very good at saving people. But hey,
Why the fuck is this happening again? Shit.
And he throws a temper tantrum about everyone dying on him. Yeah, this is one of my biggest problems with this game. I don't know if it's the performance or the writing or the direction or if it's just how it's written in English. It just sounds so funny to me. Even while playing the game again all these years later, I was giggling to myself just at the thought of these lines. The lines where Chris says no to Ethan, or when he starts screaming to himself about how everyone's dying on him. I just don't understand why his character is so funny and doesn't work. I honestly think it might just be a writing and a direction thing. Again, this is Resident Evil. This is the game that had You Almost Became a Jill sandwich in it. It's a game that's always had goofy lines and goofy writing, but this game is trying to be very serious, and it's painfully obvious that the Capcom writers can't write a fully serious game like this. They can't write a Silent Hill 2, and I think that kind of makes the game a bit worse in a kind of sad way, in my opinion. Again, this is a massive nitpick by me, but it is honestly my biggest issue with the game is Ethan's performance and Ethan as a character as a whole. But now we are pointed in the direction of the castle, a place that is filled with blood and death. Sounds like heaps of fun. And with this tablet we can head over to the door that was in front of the castle gates and open it. But gunfire is heard nearby.
Who's there? Stop! Mother Miranda! Hey!
We finally get a glimpse of Mother Miranda herself. Well, I think, a being who shares a very similar resemblance to her. She is the one that our friends who just died were praying to, which tells us that she has some form of godlike power that could have saved the people. She was something that was worth being worshipped. She proved herself in some way because she's still alive, meaning that she has shown these people what she can do to make them worship her. But also the old lady is back again.
Death. Yes. Death has visited them all.
Well, how nice. Let's move along to the first section of RE8, Castle Dimitrescu. And this is a really good section, and heading into the castle we can find an elevator, so let's head up it.
Well, well. Didn't think anyone was left. You must be pretty tough. Huh.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you're not local. Even better. Mother Miranda's gonna love you. Wait, you're whining. We're almost there.
The man is of no real use to anyone else, and my daughters do so love entertaining foreigners. Furthermore, I can assure you if you entrust the mortal to House Dimitrescu, my daughters and I shall deliver to you the finest cups of this slaughter.
I want to see.
You mean...
He's awake.
Both of you shut the fuck up!
What? Where?
You mean you'll screw around with him in private, and where's the fun in that? Give him to me, and I'll put on a show that everybody can enjoy.
Ugh, so gauche. What do we care for bread and circuses? The man thinks suffering is assured.
Yak, yak, if a man's dick is cut off in the castle, blah, blah, blah.
I've heard all your arguments. Some of you were less persuasive than others, but I've made my decision. Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must protest. Heisenberg is but a child, and his devotion to you is questionable. Give the mortal to me, and I will ensure he is ready.
Shut your damn hole! And don't be a sore loser! Go find your food somewhere else.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's decision.
You wouldn't know responsibility if it was welded
Oh,
to
keep
that.
drawing. One day your head will actually fit your ego.
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence! My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thank you. Huh. Lycans and gentlemen, we thank you for waiting. And now let the games begin. Let's see what you want. Ethan Winters. Get ready. No! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
With Heisenberg now being given us to do with as he pleases, he throws us into a gauntlet with the Lycans chasing us, but eventually reaching the biggest of boys, he launches us into a fun slide.
You're still alive? Impressive.
Which of course leads into some insane mechanical traps that we have to escape. And using these traps to break our cuffs, we can slip out from capture with the group of monsters that we just met, the figures that were from that shrine. They believe that we are now dead, so we can actually sneaky snake our way out of danger and back into the castle with this elevator, which I thought was an elevator, is actually a door. Yes, it is the most convoluted door that has a lever on it for some reason. But this door leads to the castle vineyards. But in the vineyards, most importantly, it allows us to meet, in my opinion, the best character in the entire game, the Duke.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter. Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah, and so do you.
I am but a humble merchant.
Here?
Oh, forgive my manners. Call me the Duke. Now to business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide. Seeking something in particular. Oh, now here's something I haven't seen before.
Honestly, my one dream in life is to voice a fun vendor character akin to the RE4 merchant or the Duke. Now, of course, the Duke is just like the RE4 merchant. He is here to fulfill any of our purchasing needs, with him allowing us to upgrade our weapons, buy new weapons, bullets, other items like healing, blueprints, and expand our inventory, but also sell treasures that we can find scattered through the village and other areas. And fun fact, he even says the funny line.
What are you buying? Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
The Duke, in my opinion, is great. I love vendors in games, and I think RE is always better when it has a vendor for a very specific reason. It allows you to choose what guns you want to use and what guns you want to upgrade further, which I think is only a benefit. There's a reason that RE4 is seen as the peak for RE gameplay in survival horror, because of the vendor that allows you to pick and choose what you want. It allows player choice in the gameplay. Whereas something like RE2, you don't get as much choice because the weapons themselves are located in certain areas. Of course, certain weapons are unlocked later in the game and earlier in the game, and upgrades are in specific spots for the weapons themselves, but you can still pick which weapons you want to focus on more than others. You can pick the pistol, the shotgun, other weapons that you find later. And I think that's always a good thing when the player is allowed to choose how they want to improve their character, because it allows them to approach the game how they want. And especially for harder difficulties, it allows you to fine-tune weapons in the best way you see fit. But after buying our stuff from the mysterious stranger, we can actually enter the castle, what many consider the best section of the game. And while the castle itself isn't my favourite section of the game, it's 100% the community's favourite section, and for good reason. That don't sound good.
Looking for Rose?
Man blood.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters. Now, let's take a look at him. Well, Ethan Winters. You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see how special you are.
Yes, Mother.
Yes, Mother. Starting to go a little stale.
Then let's devour his man-flesh quickly, Mother.
I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda. But later, well, there will be enough for everyone. Put him up.
Hey, wait.
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
Wait, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is my absolute worst nightmare. 4 good-looking, strong women. I'm terrified of them. But after a while, Ethan decides to rip and tear his hands out of the hooks, which, man, Ethan is really going through the ring of this game, isn't he? We now have the new objective to escape the castle while looking for our daughter. Of course, all the while avoiding not only Lady D, who I might add is masterfully voiced by Maggie Robertson, and she did such a good job in this game that she's kind of become the spokesperson for the Resident Evil franchise in English. You'll notice that all of the RE9 trailers and coverage that Capcom put out have her in it, even though she isn't in the game. It just tells you how much of a good job she actually did. But also her 3 daughters, Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela, who are all voiced separately by 3 different voice actresses. Nicole Tompkins, the new voice of Jill in RE3 Remake, Becca Prewitt, and Jeanette Mowers. They all do a great job, but the castle section is defined and shines brightest with Lady D herself. But what do I actually think about the castle section? Well, I think the castle itself is easily the best opening this game could have had. A lot of people wish the castle was the end area of the game, and I wholeheartedly disagree with this. Resident Evil games have always had a tradition of the starting area being the strongest part of the game, mainly because it's the best part for the horror, the part that encourages the most survival aspects in the game as well, and of course every Resident Evil game under the sun has an end section that is significantly weaker, and RE8 is not an exception to that rule. The castle itself, in my opinion, lends itself really well to a horror environment, and especially the type of horror that they're going for with this game, the folktale horror. And I think the area itself is really well utilized in the game. It reminds me heavily of RE2R's RPD, which I definitely think was used as a base alongside the castle for how they should set this area up. And of course they used the castle from RE4 as well to compare it to that and build up a sort of best of both worlds for this area. It's a beautiful, eerie environment that takes full advantage of the sound engine that they developed for RE7. All the noises an old medieval building like this would make, you can hear. The whistling of the wind through the big doors, the windows, the bricks, the creaking of it, just the overall echo-iness of it is amazing. And of course, the building itself has a rich, storied history with the environment telling stories in of itself about the family's history and how they've been living recently. Now, the castle itself presents us with a main puzzle, with us having to collect 4 masks to get out of the building. And right next to this puzzle, we can find our best friend again, the Duke.
Oh, we meet again.
Duke, why are you here?
Where there's coin to be made. And have you found your daughter?
No.
If she is truly here, the lady of the castle would have kept little Rose in her private chambers, would she not?
Dimitrescu?
The very same. Why don't you take a look? Maybe you'll get lucky. And speaking of looking, care to make a purchase?
Now, the Duke's presence here raises a lot of questions because, first of all, who the fuck is he? Why is he here? And how did he get here? He is a lot bigger than that door, so how the hell did he get in here? This is something that is never answered, but I personally believe that the Duke is some sort of higher being akin to Mother Miranda. His physical form that we see isn't his whole story. I think he has a lot more to him that just isn't revealed and isn't explained, and that is for the best part. And you might ask, why do I think he's on the same level as Miranda? The 4 main antagonists of this game, apart from Miranda, are called the Four Lords. Now, the Lord title traditionally in traditional European hierarchy, a duke is higher than a lord, and that would explain why the lords aren't touching him. He is above them in some way, and it explains why he is able to just do business with anyone and not get the ire or the aggression from any of the lords, because he is above them. He commands them in some sort of way, and I believe that he might even be above Miranda in his power. And it explains why he is just here in the castle. He does do business with Lady D. We've confined diary entries from Lady D detailing that she has plans to do dealings with the Duke himself. But it also does tell us that the Duke isn't our friend. He only helps us because he does it for coin. He provides his services because he wants to earn money, and he even states this throughout the game. He just wants to be a good service to us and provide the best customer service possible, so we keep trading with him. But the many treasures that we find throughout the game are probably these priceless family heirlooms that are worth a hell of a lot more than what the Duke gives us. But because he's the only person we trade with, he can kind of just tell us what they're worth and we can sell them to him. I honestly do hope that the Duke returns one day in a future RE game, not only because I love his character and I love his performance, but I also just want to learn more about him. But if he never does reappear, if he is like the RE4 merchant and he only ever appears in one game, I am of course happy with that. I will not mind that, but I would love for him to return because I think he is such a highlight character and a cool character to have. And I hope RE9 has a good vendor itself and has a good mystery around them. Build up an almost vendor organization who are all connected with each other, who can all trade goods and could link all the vendors together and explain their powers in some way of how the fuck they keep appearing where exactly we need them. But let us get back to the puzzle. So of course we are tasked with finding 4 specific masks scattered around the castle. So we begin our search, in which we can find a few locked doors, a wine room with a wine bottle mysteriously missing, and this bottle is different in some way. I wonder what the vampire lady is drinking out of a wine bottle. But using an eye that we can find in a ring, a fake eye I think, we can open up our very first door, and of course it doesn't go very well.
I haven't cut open a man in a while.
Women, so we run. And she says some things that I'm sure many of you would be into. Not me personally, I'm too scared of them, so I went through this hall and down some floors, in which we enter the basement, and can find a diary of a servant talking about the family's behaviour, with them having the building be extremely warm, so warm that it is uncomfortable. And when she believed that they needed to open a window just to let some of that heat out, the family screamed at them to stop, a hint at their possible weakness, the cold air. And hey look, it's Lady D with that wine bottle. We need it. It's a shame that she took it with her and locked the door behind her. So we need to continue through the dungeon area, doing some puzzles with some fire, and enter the actual proper dungeon area with the prisons and everything, with the prison cells and everything. And something making noise in the darkness with bodies falling from the ceiling. Definitely not scary at all. But the enemies that we find here are the Morocas, I think, which you might think are vampires at first because they have sharp teeth, they try to bite you constantly, but they're not. These are just ghouls. They are people who have been entirely drained of their blood by the vampire lady. How nice. Remember, she's a vampire. She's not a zombie. She only drinks blood. She doesn't eat the body. So she drains people of their blood, then throws their body in the dungeon, discarding of them. So we will find quite a lot of bodies down here who have been completely drained of their blood and turned into these ghoul-like beings. But no, they're not drained in that way, lads. Get your mind out the gutter. These are very basic enemies, even more basic than the Lycans themselves, which makes them feel easier to deal with. This game does have a weird difficulty drop here, but it makes sense. The village itself is a lot more open, and you have a lot more environmental objects to use in combat. So having those enemies dodge, duck, dive, whatever, makes sense. In these tight corridors and tunnels, it would be a bit odd for the enemies to try dodge and duck your attacks because they would just dodge into the wall and they wouldn't move that much, but also you are in that tight environment, so you don't have the space to play with. It's a good idea to change these enemies to make the game a bit easier here because of the environment. The enemies and the environment play to each other's strength to make a consistent difficulty for this game. Yes, the Lycans on paper are a harder enemy, but the environment in the village makes them easier to deal with. The ghouls are an easier enemy on paper, but the environment of the dungeon and castle is a harder environment to fight them in. You have less stuff to trap them with, you have less area to kite them around, and you don't have the holdout areas that you have in the village that can stop the Lycans in their tracks. You have to stand and fight them or just avoid them at all costs. I think this is a great way to balance the game, especially this early on when the Lycans were already really hard. Throwing us into a very tight environment with the Lycans would make the game extremely difficult in my opinion. So this was a great call by Capcom to make these enemies slightly easier. But anyway, also down here we can find a pipe bomb, and with this pipe bomb we will eventually run into another one of the daughters, but quickly slipping past her we can make a break for it, but like all women with Ethan, they can't keep their goddamn hands off him.
Little one.
Bullets cannot harm. You stupid man thing!
With the cold winter air blasting in, it's made clear that Bella, the blonde one, or is it Cassandra? I can't really tell, I'll be completely honest. It's kind of difficult to tell the hair colour in this game. They become vulnerable to firearms, so now we can engage with a little bit of gun fu, and honestly on hardcore mode, this fight is actually pretty hard. With how tight the actual area is to fight in, you have to make use entirely of the blocking mechanic just so you can get enough shots in to kill her. On the normal difficulty, it's fine. You can just dump rounds and she'll get stunned very easily, but due to hardcore's higher enemy health and it feeling you doing less damage, it's pretty hard, especially if you don't block. Or do what I did in this part, exploit the pushback mechanic that Ethan gets access to, which honestly the game never tells you about, and I'm really surprised they never tell you about this mechanic because of how useful it actually is just to get enemies out of your face. And this makes very easy work of this boss. And eventually killing her, she begins to harden into a hard white rock-like substance and collapse in front of us, which might remind you of the molded enemies from RE7, what they turned into once we killed them. Which, I wonder if it's connected in some way. Probably is. We can also collect a crystal torso from her, and also the wine which we were after, which, yes, is cooling in a tub of blood, because guess what vampires drink? Blood. How nice. But moving along, we can collect our first attachment for our very first weapon. The compensated break for the Lemmy, giving us a massive damage boost to the Lemmy. And with this attachment piece, it completely outclasses the Samurai Edge pistol that you get from buying the deluxe edition of the game, which makes you question what is the point of the Samurai Edge, and there isn't one. The attachments are a cool way to really boost a weapon's ability, to really boost a weapon's stats really quickly, especially early on. The Lemmy at this point was struggling quite a bit. It would take 10 plus bullets to kill an enemy. With this attachment, it almost halves or thirds the amount that you need to shoot at them to kill an enemy, which is really nice. So you go from doing 10 bullets a kill now down to about 7 or 6 depending on the enemy. And of course, as you upgrade damage more and more, you can get it down to about 4 or 5. But with the wine bottle in hand, we can start to make our way back to the wine room and placing it in said place where it belongs, opening a secret door. This then allows us to grab the courtyard key, how nice, so I guess we should head over there and head out into the courtyard, not before being harassed by one of the daughters again. I think it's Daniela, I could be wrong though. But the slipping past her and heading through to the courtyard, of course we find even more locked doors, and we can head through the one unlocked one in which we can hear someone stomping about. Also, look at this shit.
Just rubber banded in a single player game.
I don't know what happened here, but I think it's because the game forces you to be online and connect to RENet, which is Capcom's online service. And this is actually a complaint I have about any game that forces you to connect online or automatically connects you online. Shit like this can happen. I rubber banded in a single player game. I don't even understand how that works, but it happened. I thought it was just something interesting that I wanted to point out. But upstairs we can hear Lady D discovering that one of her daughters is indeed dead.
What have you done to my daughter?
Yeah, she don't sound too happy, does she? Well, let's hope that we don't run into her. So let's enter her bathroom, which, yep, it's filled with blood, of course. And this fun puzzle that you have to do in order to drain said bathtub of the blood, which seems like a massive waste, which, yeah, it is. Now, the fun thing about this puzzle is I don't remember how I knew the solution to it. I just knew it and I already figured it out almost immediately. So I don't even know what the actual solution or the puzzle part of this was. I just knew the answer already. But heading down the newly made staircase, we yet again enter the dungeons, which of course is filled with blood. How spooky. And inside the blood, of course, there is people. But eventually we can escape up a lift to a balcony, in which we can see the large lady in her chambers.
Mother Miranda, I regret to inform you that Ethan Winters has escaped that fool Heisenberg. Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle. When I find him... No, Mother Miranda. Yes, of course, I understand the importance of the ceremony. I won't let you down. Oh! To hell with the ceremony! That man will pay for what he's done.
So Lady D has informed Mother Miranda that we have escaped, and seemingly she isn't too happy about that, with Mother Miranda, I'm guessing, saying that she didn't care about her daughter's deaths, which, yeah, she doesn't. But Lady D questions why she is on the same level as Heisenberg, treating them as siblings or their equal children. So yeah, she's not very happy that Miranda isn't taking her problems very seriously. So let's get out of before we run into Lady D, making sure that we grab this key so we can get out. And let's quickly head through this door.
Oh shit.
There you go. All this for a child who isn't even here.
What the hell do...
You ungrateful, selfish wretch! You come into my house! You lay your filthy man-hands on my daughters! And now you even try to steal my property! How dare you!
Rest while you can, because I will hunt you, and I will break you!
And back down to the dungeons we go. With the lady herself giving us a threat, we now have to escape the dungeons, which in and of itself isn't too hard. You just run to this elevator and use the switch to cool it.
Like I'd let you get away. You'll be sliced to ribbons before you ever see the child.
That's probably a problem as well, and oh my god, they cut off his right hand. I tell you what, Ethan is really getting his shit rocked this game, isn't he? But ankle breaking the lady and making sure that we grab our hand, we can flip the lever to open the gate and escape from her, doing what I do with most women, running away. But through this path, it allows us to collect our first mask, which activates a lift. And Ethan reattaches his hand again like he did in RE7, which, man, that medicine really is the stuff of miracles, isn't it? But anyway, we now really need to escape the castle, and at this point the entire castle opens up to us, with us having one of the 4 masks, so we need to find 3 more. And this section is very open-ended, so I'm not going to go into too much detail in it, but I'm going to highlight some interesting points. First of all, we can find a scientific journal which outlines an experiment on 3 female bodies which were engulfed by insects which emerged from themselves, obviously outlining the creation of the 3 daughters, telling us that the 3 girls, Bella, Cassandra and Daniela, are not the biological daughters to Lady D, but experiments which were kind of either gifted to her or she created, and I think she was a part of their creation. Again, this highlights the theme of the folktale versus scientific creation, with these folktale-y magic kind of monsters, because they seemed very powerful and very supernatural, have a very scientific explanation and even a whole research diary associated with them, with even the bugs themselves that emerged from them having notes scattered about the castle explaining them in detail. But a fun puzzle piano, which if you don't know how to read music, don't worry, the game tells you how to read it, as once you put a note in, it tells you where that note is, so you just have to work it out going up and down. We can find out that Ethan is a rather talented piano player. This gives us the iron insignia key, which is very important because it opens up quite a few different gates scattered not only throughout the castle, but also in the village itself. But if we were to return to the merchant, he has some more dialogue for us.
It's a pleasure to see you safe. How were things?
No sign of Rose.
I'm so sorry it turned out that way. Well, you'll find your way to her once you're out of this castle. Do you have need of anything for the road ahead? I've expanded my services. Please, come take a look.
But more importantly, we can have fun with this little ball puzzle, which is a very weird inclusion in this game, I will be completely honest, because it just doesn't feel like it belongs here, but it does allow us to get access to a very valuable treasure that, of course, you can sell to get upgrades. But now at this point, we will be ambushed by one of the daughters, but eventually she'll be called away by her mother, screaming, probably finding something horrifying again. Probably her bath has been drained. But now, Lady D will become the stalker of the castle itself. And Lady D is a bit of a different stalker, and it's kind of, in my opinion, a worse stalker. She is extremely predictable, and I think it's because she is on an actual set path. She goes around the castle seemingly in a set pattern, unlike Mr. X's more dynamic pathing, which would work around the sounds that you made and what you were doing in the game itself, or Jack's completely random movement, which made him terrifying at times to actually try dodge and avoid. She, in my eyes, is the worst stalker enemy in recent years, even worse than RE3R's Nemesis, who I think was actually a fairly decent stalker. This is mainly due to the fact of how easy it is to ankle break her and just slip past her, and she's, I think, slower than every other stalker, maybe other than Jack. But because of how tight the Baker household was, Jack was always threatening because he would just cut off hallways completely for you. But she feels very, very slow and very easy to avoid, and she isn't a threat at all. But I still like her as a character, I will be completely honest. But taking our new key to the door with the insignia on it, within this room, we will enter our next boss fight, again with one of the sisters. And this fight is kind of the same thing. We need to open the windows in order to let the cold air in to be able to damage her. but compared to the first sister fight, this one is a hell of a lot better, with the actual boss area being really well made in my opinion. The bookshelves and armchairs allow you to break up the pathing and hide from attacks, but when you start to do significant damage to the boss, she herself will start to use these very things against you, which makes the environment feel way more dynamic and the boss fight feel way more varied, which is a great thing. And not only that, it makes the boss fight feel significantly different despite the enemy type being the exact same boss. We've fought this boss before, but because of this slight difference in how the arena is set up, it makes it so much more enjoyable and actually makes it a completely different fight itself. But with us fending off the woman as we are a very faithful husband, we can collect the treasure from within her, and of course our very next mask. And then past her we can find a bell room, and shooting all the bells we can find a secret passage which gives us a treasure map, which every Resident Evil game has treasure maps, and a note which talks about a dagger that can kill any monster. Sounds cool and something that we should probably look for. But something even cooler is the F2 rifle, which is hands down the best weapon in the game, in my opinion. With the weapon being obtained this early on, it allows you to actually make the most of it and really familiarize yourself with it. And trust me, it's one of the best weapons in the game for not only dealing with a lot of these smaller enemies like the Lycans and even some bosses later in the game. On PC, it is a different beast entirely. I'd understand on controller, it might be difficult to aim this thing, it's a sniper, it's clunky, but man, when you're pinpoint on a mouse with this thing, you can just completely clear rooms with it, despite it being a bolt action rifle. And I honestly think that RE is just too easy on keyboard and mouse, mainly because of how easy it is to track heads and trace them and follow them. And once you learn like the sense difference in this game, you actually get familiarized with your sensitivity, the game does not become challenging. In the beginning, I found this game pretty hard on PC because I was playing on the harder difficulty, but because I got so familiar with it and I was just actually hitting shots, which you'll probably start to notice as this gameplay footage goes on, I get better and better at hitting shots. The challenge just completely dissipated, which was kind of a shame in a way, but also made the game kind of fun because it just felt fun to just blast things heads off. But it was a completely different experience to the game I played back in 2021 on PS5, which is interesting that this game plays so differently on these two different platforms. If you ask me, I think if you're playing on keyboard and mouse, I think the enemies should be way more aggressive just because of the fact of how quickly you can aim at their head and just kill them in one shot. Playing the mercenaries mode as well, it was emphasized even more later on, which you'll probably see more towards the end of this video when I have my mercenaries gameplay just playing. I was not missing shots. I was just doming things across the map and just immediately as soon as they popped up. I'm not complaining because of course I am a gamer. I am very skilled at aiming, but I think it's something that Resident Evil needs to work out and balance because RE games were never really looked at as PC games. They've always been console games. So I'd like for RE9 and obviously RE10 in the future to accommodate making the PC side of it a bit more challenging, especially with just how easy it is to aim. I'm not saying add bloom and shit, I'm just saying make the enemies maybe move a bit faster, move a bit more randomly and stuff, just to make it harder to actually hit their heads, because when you can just dome an enemy immediately, the game gets a little bit less scary, I will be honest. But of course RE8 does the interesting thing that RE4 really emphasized, and that was have multiple weapons that use the exact same ammo type, but each weapon isn't necessarily better or worse, they just have differences that make them better for certain things or certain enemies. And I really like this system. I really like that RE4 encouraged you to really weigh up the benefits and drawbacks of each weapon and choose the one that you thought was better, and RE8 does the same thing to a lesser extent. There isn't many rifles in this game that you can really pick and choose between, which I think is a bit of a shame. There's quite a few shotguns and pistols, but I will be honest, the shotguns are kind of hierarchied, and the pistols, they're probably the best example of it, where you can pick and choose which ones you want. And I like this of course because it encourages you to experiment more, upgrade them, all 9 yards of it, but I wish there was more weapons to really play with. That would be my one complaint, that there isn't enough weapons to really emphasize the system, because I'm comparing it obviously to RE4's weapons and just how many there were. RE8 definitely lacks a bit in that regard, and it feels a bit of a step back in a way. But outside, we now have a face-off against these flying boys.
Oh, the fucking gargoyles, man.
Which are just the normal ghoul enemies, but they fly now.
Get fucked, kid.
But here on the roof we get access to a proper elevator which takes us back down to the entrance of the castle, allowing us to quickly go back to the trade room if we want to. A cool looping back moment for the castle, and this simple act makes the map feel so much more interactive and more realistic, and this is something that Resident Evil 8 significantly improved upon from 7. 7's map and areas were, let's say, a bit limited due to the creepy old house design of it all, but with these castles and the future areas, the developers clearly knew that they could do a lot more cool things with the maps and areas and the environment to make it feel way more rewarding and interactive to actually explore. But of course, as we explore this building, we might hear a very angry person.
Cassandra, a word. What is that man up to? You're my daughter. Now act like it.
Of course, Mother.
Ooh, someone ain't very happy, are they? But now we are being pursued by both Lady D and the final sister. But after doing some dealings with the Duke, I headed back to the roof and explored that fully, dealing with these fucking birds, with us eventually finding another mask. And with said mask, we can now head back into the castle and head to the armory to retrieve the final mask. And with this final mask, we of course face the final daughter. And my computer really did not like this room, but killing her and retrieving the deer head, we can escape from the trap that the mask put us in. But the lady of the castle, of course, is not very happy at the fact that we have killed all 3 of her daughters.
The entire bloodline of House
Okay, I should be able to get these.
by the likes of you.
With us unlocking the door and heading through, we don't find an exit, but we seem to find what seems to be some sort of church or similar building, and at the very end of it, a coffin. And having a nosy inside,
You've ruined everything!
and we enter the final boss fight of the castle with Lady D and her new form, which was caused by us stabbing her with that dagger. And in this form, she is much more vulnerable to bullets, firearms, explosives, whatever you name it, she can be hurt by it now. And I really like this boss fight. Lady D flies about but will also get up close and attack you on the floor, but it heavily encourages the use of the F2 rifle. Overall, it's a very simple boss fight and not the most complex thing in the world. It's more of a cinematic boss fight than a puzzle boss fight, but I enjoy it. It's good, it works, and it's effective. And of course, it ties into the folktale theme again, with us fighting what seems to be some sort of dragon-like creature in a castle spire, which is a very cool visual and of course is tying into that theme that the game has. But eventually, we will ascend the tower as we are forced back by the lady herself, and it will lead to us finally killing Lady D.
You're the one who's cursed.
Oh, God. Thank you, Ethan.
Bro really thinks he's Leon Kennedy. But with the entire family line wiped off the face of the earth, we can find a little jar of something, which, taking this jar, it then opens up the most elaborate door possible, now allowing us to escape the castle, which now concludes the castle section of the game, which honestly is a great opening section for this game. Of course, it mirrors the opening house section of RE7 with a stalker enemy, the focus on environmental noise and ambience, but with more of a medieval folktale twist. But heading through some caves, of course, we can eventually hear the old woman again.
Midnight moon rises on black wings. We await the light at the end. In life and in death, glory to Mother Miranda.
Hey, remember me? I almost died up at that castle. Tell me, what is going on around here?
How can a man be almost dead? That's a question for the wise.
You know what I mean. And I still haven't found Rose. Where did Mother Miranda take her?
You're too late! Or maybe almost too late. The child will be sacrificed, life for life.
What kind of sick medieval shit is this? She's just a baby.
The crests of the four bloodlines may open the path you seek.
Will you please stop talking in riddles? I just want to find my daughter.
It's only a riddle if you don't know the answer.
Wait a second. That looks familiar. Hey, wait!
Well, it appears that Mother Miranda wants to sacrifice Rose to exchange Rose's life for another, but the old woman gives us a hint. The four houses will open the path, telling us that we need to hunt down the rest of the four lords, with the jar that we picked up having the Dimitrescu symbol on it. It tells us that these jars are the key to the path forward, telling us that each of the other lords have one of these jars. But with a key left by the nice lady, we can now open a locked door and reach the ceremony side, which you might notice a certain pattern on the floor. Yes, the Umbrella logo, which, ooh, what are they doing here? What kind of ties do Umbrella have to this place? And also we can see a factory in the distance, which might be an Umbrella compound or research facility, whatever. But we can't go to this factory right this moment, so we head back to the village. Moving past some Lycans, which I shoot like the dogs they are, we can return to the central village area and regroup with the Duke, who has some information for us about our daughter.
There you are. I had a feeling you would pop up here.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's of value, but...
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Take a closer look. That flask seems to contain her head.
No. What?
Rose is...
Don't say another word! This is impossible! This just can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
Quit holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options? Your choice. The customer is always right. After all.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking joker.
I absolutely adore this moment so much, as I think it's a really good moment for Ethan as a character. It shows a level of rage and an actual character moment, emotion, and characteristic that is unique to Ethan. And I really like it, and it also enhances the trader so much more because he seems to know exactly what is going on, and he almost hints it to us in riddles, indicating to us that he is way more influential or more powerful than we might have once thought. He might be omnipotent in a way. But it being revealed that Rose has been cut up and put into these jars is such a unique moment and a different kind of horror that Resident Evil really hasn't done before, with a father physically seeing the corpse of his dead child in his hand. And it leads to this moment of dread and despair for our protagonist. And it's a really uncomfortable moment because we feel like we failed as the player and Ethan failed as a father. And I think this is when RE8 is at its strongest, is when it hones in on the family horror aspect again for the game. Not the domestic horror that RE7 had, but more of the horror of not being able to protect the ones you love. That side of horror. Obviously tying that in with a folktale twist has a lot more symbolism to it and actually works a hell of a lot when you think about the subject matter at hand. Ethan himself did not want Rose being told these scary old folktale, fairy tale stories at the beginning of the game, with Mia reading them stories to Rose. And these stories themselves were read to children to scare them. They would scare them because this would then dissuade them from doing certain things, like wander into the woods on their own. These stories were made to protect children, and Ethan not wanting Rose to be told them, it almost feels like this action of him rejecting this foreshadows Rose's death in a way, which is amazing. And RE8 does this thing where every time you replay the game, there are these little details that you don't notice before that just enhance it so much more. And I think genuinely RE8 has one of the strongest stories on paper out of every RE game. Obviously not lore-wise, but for the meaning, the themes, everything that the game has, it is one of the most thought out and thorough stories for a Resident Evil game. It is one of the most deep and complex that I think really does make this game stand out completely. It is just such a layered and symbolic story that I absolutely adore so much, especially replaying it now, looking at it in a very different way in context for a video. But this is why I said to remember the folktale story in the beginning and what it meant, because it actually contextualizes and adds so much to the game's story in so many ways. But let us continue on to see if any more of these themes emerge. Moving along from the Duke and making our way to the house that he mentioned, we can find what I think is the same baby cot that Ethan had in his home, which Ethan then questions why it's even here. But Mother Miranda was pretending to be Mia, so she could have bought or taken things from the village and brought them back to his house. And it explains also why Mia, the fake Mia, was so into the local culture, because Mother Miranda was a part of that culture. She came from it. She lived in the village, so it's what she enjoyed. She enjoyed the meals, the music, the stories, wine from there, and the furniture. But anyway, after another obligatory jump scare that still made me jump.
Wait, is this the jump scare? I think this is the jump scare, innit? You like, you're in here and you're like, oh, let me line it up. Oh, and it still made me jump.
Yeah, I'm a big tough boy, aren't I? Anyway, in this area we can collect the 1911 handgun, which now opens the question, which handgun is better? They're pretty similar, I can't even lie. Handguns in RE are never the most impactful weapon, often being used for little damage here and there to stun, or for puzzles and breaking open boxes at a range when you need to do it quickly. But I like the 1911 more, because it is full auto. So in a pinch, I could just mag dump at something and kill kill them immediately. And I'll be honest, I actually like how the 1911 feels in this game, way more than the Lemmy. The Lemmy feels a bit stiff and still not that great, but the 1911 feels a bit more slick and a bit more functional for this game's mechanics. But after obtaining that, the Lycans decide that they want to run us down. But now what starts appearing as well is animals.
What haven't we, boy?
Just normal animals, not monsters, just pigs, chickens, goats, whatever, which we ourselves can hunt. And once you hunt them, they drop meat. This meat can then be brought to the Duke and he can cook us up a nice little bit of grub. And with this grub, we eat it and it gives us a permanent benefit, be it a permanent increase to health, movement speed, reload speed, whatever, it gives us a benefit. These are very powerful upgrades that I think I overlooked in my initial playthrough, but are actually so important for the hardcore mode, especially the health ones as we get later into the game. But also now we all notice that the Lycans have bolstered their forces with some new enemy types, like these armored boys who have protective helmets and arm guards, making it more difficult to kill them, as you can't just take the F2 rifle and instantly headshot them. You have to break the armor off their head to then kill them. This again is a great way to just increase the difficulty again and maintain the status quo of the game's difficulty, not allowing the difficulty to drop or get higher too much. It's a good middle ground that just keeps it constant throughout the game as we're getting more and more weapons, which this game does really well. This is something I think is overlooked in Resident Evil 8, is how well it balances its difficulty. I will definitely say at the end of the game, the difficulty just drops off a cliff. It becomes so easy, but for, I would say, 80% of the game, it maintains this constant in difficulty, and I mentioned this earlier with the slightly easier enemies coming in. Now, as we're getting stronger weapons, the enemies need to level up, so the Lycans get these new enemy types, and we will start noticing that there are more enemies scattered throughout the village, like the flying enemies again. So it's a great way to just make sure that we never feel too comfortable with the game itself and the difficulty. But with us finally reaching the house with the red chimney, we can find a diary of a man who seemed to work under Miranda, and seeing his loss in his faith within her. As the days went on, he watched Mother Miranda and the Lords obtain a child from out of nowhere, and then started to do some sort of ritual, which is what was done with Rose. This is what happened to Rose. Of course, this tells us exactly what is going on and what is happening. They did a ritual that then split Rose into 4 pieces, the 4 jars, and now they're going to do another ritual in order to sacrifice these 4 parts to revive something else or create something else. But here we obtain the next part of our key. This key will act as almost a skeleton key, and you will keep adding new pieces to it. And this will allow us to unlock the next area of the game, and somehow the Duke knew that this key was here and that we needed to head there. And returning to him, he has some more words for us.
How was it? Did you learn anything?
I found these feathers. Now tell me how to fix this like you said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key and collect all of your little Rose's flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the 1, and the other lords have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler of this village. 4 lords serve under her. The first you've already met, the Lady Dimitrescu. The second lives deep in a valley of mist, the doll-maker, Donna Beneviento. None of her playmates have ever come back from that dank old estate. The third is Moreau, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters. The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts. And the project, let's just say parts of the human imagination are better left alone.
Now, all of the lords as well as some of the treasures are marked on our map, and this now actually formally introduces us to the 4 lords of the village, which I think would have been done a lot better if it was done way earlier in the game, but that's kind of a personal gripe because we don't really get to know these guys' names until now. But we have 3 more to go to hunt down now: Lord Beneviento, Lord Moreau, and Lord Heisenberg. But our next target will be Donna Beneviento at the Beneviento estate, a place where none of her playmates ever returned, which is what the Duke said to us. With her being a doll maker, I'm sure it will tie into the idea of people's fear and heavy dislike of old creepy dolls. And as we start our journey to the manor, we will find a rather creepy, eerie woods with the dolls hanging from the trees. But more creepily, we can see someone who isn't meant to be here.
Rose feels different. Ethan, you have to fix her.
What the hell is this?
Everyone leaves me. Even Rose. I don't want to be alone.
This can't be real.
Why the fuck is she here? Well, it's clearly going to tie into this area's narrative and main theme. But past her, we can find a grave with a A on it, an A Beneviento. The first name, the ending of it, might give you a hint, and us just seeing Mia physically, or maybe not physically, it might lead you and hook you to believe this might be Mia Beneviento. Maybe she was part of this family before she married us. Maybe this was her original name, as she obviously took Ethan's name when they got married. Spoiler, it isn't. It's one of the other Beneviento family members, a member called Claudia, who we don't know their relationship to the current lord. It could be a sister, cousin, whatever. Could be anything. It's never really answered, but it's clear that she was very important to the Beneviento family because of how big her grave is, and it's almost dead behind the actual Beneviento household. But at this door, we are given instructions to
give up your memories,
with the only physical object that we have that represents our memories being a photograph of Mia and Rose. So we have to sacrifice the memories of them to enter the household, which this entire section of the game is going to dive into Ethan's memories and what they all mean. And this honestly is such a good section, but it is very symbolic, and if you don't think, you will not understand what it's trying to say. So I'll try to make the points as we go along and try to really demonstrate it to you what I think this entire section was really trying to show us. With us depositing it through the letterbox, we can now enter the manor entrance through this nice little lift, and man, this section is really good, with this being the proper horror sequence of the game, with us immediately being immersed in an old abandoned manor house. And searching the house, you'll begin to notice quickly that there are some pieces of writing scattered about a plant which we can't read because the handwriting is just way too neat. And of course, there is a bunch of dolls scattered here and there. And using another lift, we can enter the basement area, with the lift itself locking behind us, and entering through some double doors, we can find the next pieces of our daughter resting on a doll.
I've been waiting for so long. I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me forever?
What? Wait, where's my gun?
And with that, we enter the main puzzle of this area, an escape room style part of the game, which is really good. Our weapons themselves have been completely stripped from us, emphasizing how in danger we currently are in this section. And it's a really fun section, with the puzzle itself revolving around this doll here. And the doll shares a striking resemblance to Mia, and she has a bandage around her chest with a blood stain on her chest. And this entire section really dives into the mind of Ethan, with this radio here occasionally playing some recordings of Mia speaking. And here is the first one.
That's a kid. Can you believe it? She's so energetic. It's crazy.
Symbolically, the doll here is really interesting to me because a lot of people focus on the other thing in this section, which definitely is important, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that is the entire story of this section. This doll here, we have to slowly dismantle to obtain objects from to obviously help us escape. Keys, other knickknacks that we can use to engage with other parts of the puzzle, but we have to dismantle it. This metaphorically could be Ethan's way of seeing how he views himself with Mia. He has taken parts of her away, figuratively and literally. He has had a child of her, which is often said that you lose a part of yourself, you lose that freedom when you have that child. He sees himself as slowly damaging her, believing that he might be the reason all of these bad things have been happening to him, Mia, and his daughter now. He himself is causing that destruction. He is taking her apart. He is permanently changing her and hurting her in some way. We know that their relationship was a bit rocky at the beginning of the game, and the birth of the child leads to complete permanent body changes, and Ethan could view this as him kind of destroying her in a way. But he also touches the doll in this weirdly gentle manner, like he is caressing it. He is trying to care for it, but no matter how gently he touches it, it just falls apart. It comes apart. Pieces will be removed no matter what he does. He might believe that he just has to be away from her. He can't be near her because he will always believe that he will hurt her. And I think this honestly is such a good use of a physical prop to tell us something. Ethan has a lot of doubts, and it's something that we don't get to see because he doesn't speak, but here, without saying a word, the writers were able to demonstrate to us something about his character that I think is desperately needed. Further into the building, we can also find Ethan's wedding box, which is used as a puzzle in this section. And you might question, why is it here? Ethan and Mia got married several years before the events of RE7, so this music box shouldn't be from this village unless maybe she is connected to the village in a familiar way. She does have family from here, and this is just a traditional music box from here, but it should tell us that something is afoot, something isn't right here, because this box was given to us by one of their grandmothers at their wedding. It shouldn't be here. It's not something that should have come from the village. It is completely disconnected, so how is it here? But with this box, it allows us to hear the second recording. Seems like something happened that Mia really did not want to happen, which I think is meant to bait you into believing it's the pregnancy, as the photo just before you hear this recording is of a pregnant woman. And after what happened in Louisiana, Mia might not have felt comfortable bringing a child into this world. She saw what this world, the sheer horror of it, what bioweapons were capable of, how they could infiltrate a household and completely destroy it, and she saw this child and believed that she was doing something wrong because she was going to create another life in a world that she saw as dangerous. Mia, of course, was perceived as the mother figure to Evelyn, and she could have been very worried that her child might have become like Evelyn in this world, taken and experimented on and made into a weapon of mass destruction that is uncontrollable. Or it hints at something much darker, a secret that Mia has been hiding from Ethan this entire time, something that has been hinted at throughout, even at the very beginning of the game, that something is wrong with Ethan, and that might be what she is so scared about. And organizing some films in another room, we can see in this film, we see a video of someone walking down some staircases into a very dark room and seeing a well. Wells are extremely symbolic. They've been used throughout media constantly with, in my opinion, one of the biggest, I would say, cultural uses of a well being in the horror film The Ring. A well represents something secret, something hidden, something that is not known by most. In The Ring, obviously, it was the secret of whatever was in the tape. Obviously, Sadako then coming out of the TV, she came from the well, she was a secret that not many people knew about. But a well most often represents a hidden secret that the protagonist or most people do not know about. So us seeing the well physically means to Ethan that this dark secret that has been hinted at throughout the game at the very beginning and now a little bit before this is here. It's physically there, and in most stories, you go down that well, the secret is revealed. So we head through this secret passage with all these dolls here now, which are fucking terrifying, and we obtain some scissors, but here we can also get a phone call.
Please, Ethan, listen to me. I didn't want to keep it from you.
Mia?
Mia, what are you talking about?
I love you both so much. I had to do it.
Again, a secret is there which Mia knew she felt she couldn't tell us, or she was being forced into doing something which she couldn't tell us. Maybe something in her past life, something just before the events of RE7 with her secret job might have to do with that. We don't know, but there is something secret that is not being told here. But cutting the bandages off the doll, we can retrieve a medallion, and of course, the final recording. Other than crying in this recording, the only word that is spoken is Rose, which should tell us, if you're following along with all these things, that the secret that is being investigated has to do with Rose. It is something that she has been hiding from Ethan about their daughter. It is linked to their daughter in some way. But you combine that with the idea that she wants Ethan to be safe earlier in the game, in that flashback, we can assume that it is something that happened to Ethan and it has somehow affected their daughter as well. So heading down the stairs through the door that we unlocked with that medallion, we reach the well which should contain the secrets, with a baby crib just off to the side of it, again reinforcing the idea that this secret is linked to our daughter. And of course, to find the answer to this secret, we have to head down the well. But instead of it being revealed to us, all we find is a breaker box key. It's not what I expected to find down here, but we hear a very loud crash and crying. And trying to make our way to the lift to escape, we find the puzzle room is now bathed in a red light, with the doll itself gone and blood everywhere. And of course, another recording. Well, it appears Mia was really scared of something potentially related to the child and the father. And on the floor, you might notice a fleshy tube-like thing that looks a bit like an umbilical cord. And following it out, we find something rather terrifying. A giant mutated baby, which, man, it is such a great moment with us having to avoid the baby, with it always calling out to us as its father. Now, this mutated baby is one of the most talked about things for RE8 because it is one of the most interesting things that the game has. The baby represents Ethan's fears of becoming a father, and that he failed to not only protect Mia but also his daughter, with his daughter being used in some sort of ritual to potentially create a monster. That is what most people say, but I don't think that is what this baby actually represents. What do I mean by that? Well, this section hits a lot harder as the game goes on, and of course as we have the big reveal right at the end of the game. But all I will say is that make sure you remember this section and that Mia was scared of having this child, and think about the reveal later on and question whether Ethan maybe always knew but never wanted to accept what happened with that reveal. But I will not try to spoil it, because again, if any of you haven't fucking played this game and you want to see how it unfolds, I want to try to do it in a natural sense. But at the moment, this baby is representative of Ethan's emotions around his child and what he views himself as. It's not all about him being a failure of a father and whatever else, but also about what he believes he might create. He might not think that he deserves to have a child, or maybe he's not capable of creating a non-mutated child. Again, this also could link to Evelyn as well, as that is the one child he's interacted with that we've seen. But just remember it, that's all I'll say. Now, the actual baby chase sequence is actually so good. It is textbook horror, creepy, uncomfortable, and stressful, and I love it. This entire section is my favorite section of this entire game, and it is the part that I remember having the biggest impact on me personally when I first played RE8. It is the one that has always stuck with me and has been a moment that I've been chasing for years to try find a game that replicates it. and I never really have found anything like it. Of course, it reminds me a lot of PT, being part of RE7, and I'm sure there is other games out there that I've wanted to play, a game like Visage, which I've heard is very similar in sort of how it presents its horror, but I've been chasing this kind of horror for many years now, and no game has really done it. I think this kind of horror is something that is always overlooked and never really done very well in a lot of games, and I always think that's a shame. I have high hopes for future games to push this sort of horror in some way, more specifically Kojima's horror game, OD, that I'm extremely excited about. But I honestly think this is such a good section, and honestly is worth playing the game just for. Even if you're not a fan of the more actiony focus of RE8, it has this amazing section within it that I think is still worth playing the game for. But escaping the mutant baby, which takes a while, with just a lot of running around to sort the puzzle out, we can return to the upstairs area of the house, and you might notice a slight distortion on the camera. And here we meet the lady of the house.
Don't leave. I can't let you.
You're still alive, huh? You better find the clue before my friends murder you! Tick-tock! Your life's on the line.
Wait!
Try and find me.
And here we have a puzzle boss fight with the doll, Angie. Angie is the main doll that Lord Beneviento had with her, so we have to destroy that doll. And eventually killing the doll, which is very easily, you just run around the house looking for the doll and then stabbing it with a pair of scissors, it is revealed that we killed the Lord.
You're never going to get out of here. Stupid idiot! What are you doing to my cute friends?
Now, this section reveals something very interesting, that we were under the influence of a psychedelic or hallucinogenic drug that completely changed what we were actually seeing. For this entire section, from the moment we entered the Beneviento grounds through that gate, Ethan was drugged out of his mind that he started to hallucinate things. Mia was never there, the baby was probably never there, the entire underground section was probably not actually real, and us killing Angie with those scissors wasn't real. What we actually did was we probably chased Lord Beneviento around the house and started beating her to death and probably strangling her to death as well. We physically became a monster, unable to control ourselves, and murdered this woman. Yes, Beneviento was probably trying to kill us, but we probably terrified the absolute living shit out of her as we physically started to overpower her and beat the living shit out of her. This is a very different kind of horror that is completely brushed over if you don't think about this section. Ethan here, looking at his hands, seeing the blood on them, realizes that he has crossed the line. He hasn't killed Lady D in self-defense when she was trying to kill him. He hunted, he sought out and murdered a woman because he felt he needed to. It was completely out of his control, and it ties into the idea of the lines he's willing to cross to save his daughter. He's willing to do anything to get her back, even killing someone when he doesn't need to, just doing it for the sake of doing it. And I think this is a massive character moment for Ethan that is brushed over, and again is a big problem this game has. This could have been a moment where Ethan really could have sat on what he just did, physically kill this woman with his bare hands, not a gun, not a knife, not scissors, his bare hands, and actually have an emotion here, have a big changing character moment where he starts to lose himself, where he starts to go a little bit crazy, but it doesn't. And I think that's a shame, again, for Ethan as a character, because it could have been so much more. But of course, killing Beneviento, we can grab our next jar from this altar over here, and grabbing it, it reveals some sort of memory with Mother Miranda appearing at the crash site at the beginning of the game, telling us that she was the one that caused the entire crash to happen. But now we can return to the village village section, and I'm not going to go over the hour-long village runaround that I did to collect some items and this little optional boss that the village has, but just let it be known I did run around and basically collect everything. But most importantly, we can find a new research post having been set up within the church, which mentions a team who are sweeping the village and haven't found any signs of RW, Rose Winters, but have found traces of EW, Ethan Winters, probably the bodies and destruction that we have left in our wake. But these people, who are they? Well, it seems that they are in the background, hiding, investigating what is going on in the village. But other than that, they're not a lot. So we're going to move straight along to the next section of the game, proceeding to the next Lord's domain. But of course, Ethan quickly gets his pocket stashed by a rather large dog. This new dog, the big Lycan thing, acts as a mini-bot, and we don't currently have the equipment to actually deal with it, so darting between the buildings, just like we did in the initial Lycan attack, we can find a note talking about the beasts themselves and how a certain building with a certain locked door, with a certain symbol on it, has a weapon to deal with it. And lo and behold, in that very building, we can find the GM79. Or as I know it as, the Thumper from Modern Warfare 2, or the M79 grenade launcher in real life. And this will give us the power that we need to push the big boy back, acting as a serious upgrade in firepower.
I'm not scared of you anymore.
And I think this is when the game goes from its RE7 sequel roots as a focus more on environmental horror to being a spiritual successor to RE4 as an action-focused game with big monsters and soon big set pieces. And this, I think, is probably when a lot of people flipped on the game, either to loving it or to not enjoying it, because you are either part of the RE7 crowd or the RE4 crowd, depending on what you wanted out of the game. So a lot of the people that wanted a heavy focus on horror would be disappointed that it focused more on action going forward, and of course the people that wanted more action, akin to RE4, would be happy that it's going from the horror stuff to now being more action focused. Which, what do I think? I don't know what to think personally. Of course, I love both RE7 and RE4 for their strengths and weaknesses, but looking at it now, I don't actually see this as a problem. RE8, again, I think a lot of the problem people had was they went into it with the wrong expectations. Too many people wanted a pure sequel to the horror focus of RE7 or a spiritual successor to the action focus of RE4. And RE8 doesn't want to do either of that. It wants to take both and mix them together. And I personally think it's actually done a really good job for, again, about 80% of the game, mixing the two together. And obviously playing it back then, I was disappointed in it because I wanted a more horror focus, but now I actually really enjoyed it, and I think, honestly, it's one of my favorite RE games now. But with us fighting the beast, and we can move along finding this weird goopy sludge, which we can break through, which allows us to reach a windmill, and going inside, it allows us to access the reservoir entrance, the domain of Lord Moreau, and we can meet him watching his favorite channel.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's in...
Brother Miranda, if it's for you, I'd do anything.
I'll just be taking this.
Wait, what are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's not hers.
Oh, you have something to say?
What do you mean, Mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Don't screw with me.
Wait, please. If you take it, then the others will laugh at me. But if I do better than them...
What do I care?
Wait, just a little longer, please.
What's so funny?
You're stupid. You talk too much. It's all over. I plugged the way in.
What are you...
This is my territory. And I won't let you leave.
Shit.
Ethan, the ever-gullible idiot, is now being trapped in by Moreau and his power over the goopy sludge. So slashing our way out, we are guided into the reservoir, the next location we will be exploring, where we will begin hunting Moreau. So with us heading through the caves in search of him, we come to a site that might be confusing with its location.
What the hell? Research post or something? What the fuck are they doing here?
Get off of me! Stay the fuck down!
Ethan! I gotta say, I'm surprised you made it this far. It'd be a shame if something happened to you now.
Sure, Chris. Why not? You killed Mia. Now do me and finish the job.
Hey, Cap. I'm getting some serious motion readings out here. We should move on.
What kind of readings? What's moving?
Unknown, but my guess is we've been here too long, and Miranda knows it.
Hey, did you say Miranda? How are you involved?
Leave it alone, Ethan. You are out of your depth. What about the sample analysis?
It's definitely related to the mold.
You stay out of our business, Ethan.
What business? God, watch out! Shit! Stay back!
The exit's underwater. You're done.
I don't have time for this.
Miranda is already preparing.
Miranda sent you to slow me down? You're pathetic. What are you talking about? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, with our meeting being cut short by a very angry lake monster, we enter a massive puzzle boss fight now with Moreau, who seems to be changing rapidly, can transform into this massive fish monster thing. But before we talk about Moreau's boss fight, let's talk about some, I guess, issues I have with this game, mainly around Chris and Wolf Squad. So first of all, I want to talk about Chris, and I'm just going to state it now. Chris, I don't like how he's written in this game. He feels, for a lack of a better word, inconsistent. Chris, in my eyes, has always been a character that wants the truth to be shown. He wants people to understand what's going on, and he wants the truth to be shown to the world so people aren't informed about what's happening. In RE7, he was uncomfortable working with Blue Umbrella because he didn't trust them. He thought that they were hiding something, that they were up to something bad. RE5, RE1, RE6, he's always been this character that wants the truth to be known, and he pushes for the truth for himself. So him trying to hide the truth from Ethan, to me, feels out of character for him. I understand that some people might say that I've read his character wrong or whatever, but it just feels out of place and feels more of him putting Ethan in danger than actually helping him. If he told Ethan what is happening, what they're doing and everything, they could have partnered up and Ethan would be a hell of a lot more safe than he currently is. Chris knows Ethan's in the village and he's letting him run around getting into some serious danger. Why? Because he wants Ethan reason to stay out of it. What? This is what I don't get. Chris has always been a very level-headed character and always very smart. Like, yes, he's a bit of a meathead sometimes, but he's always been intelligent and knows what is going on and what he needs to do to make the best of the situation. But him treating Ethan like this feels so out of character to me and just doesn't feel right. First of all, I actually really like the new Chris voice actor, first of all. There's nothing wrong with his performance. I think Jeff Sheen does a perfectly fine job as Chris Redfield. He's not my favorite voice actor. Of course, my favorite voice actor is Roger Craig Smith. We all know this. This is nothing new. I think he does a fine job and he sounds good, but a problem that I have is he is also the voice of Carlos in the RE3 remake, and there's now an overlap, so it just doesn't really work. He's way better than the RE7 voice actor, and he does a fine enough job, but he feels written odd to me. That is kind of my big problem with Chris. He just feels so inconsistent in how he's written and how he acts in this game. And later on, you'll see this again, where he just decides to just go completely back on everything he's trying to do and keep Ethan out of it. He then just allows him in entirely. So yeah. And my next big problem of this game, in my opinion, is the most underutilized part of this game, and that is Hound Wolf Squad. Now you might question, who are these Wolfhound Squad individuals? Well, they are an elite force at the BSAA, an organization in Resident Evil that has often been the one fixing what Umbrella and Co. break. The good guys, mainly, with Chris becoming a high-ranking individual within the BSAA organization, as he was a part of it in Resident Evil 5, 6, and 7, and probably a couple spin-offs I'm forgetting. But after the events of Resident Evil 7, he realized that the BSAA didn't seem to be following the same rules and methods that he believed necessary or right, with them completely covering up the Baker incident as a gas explosion instead of sharing it with the public so they know exactly what is going on in the world. And also, they weren't interested in actually trying to fix what happened. And with Chris himself wanting to fix and eliminate the threat of the mold to protect the world, because remember, Evelyn was created by someone else who was studying the mold, meaning there could be more, he took the elite squad, Hound Wolf Squad, and their members, who most likely respected Chris greatly, and went rogue with them and started to hunt down the source of the mold and also investigate where the mold actually originated from. With Chris and the wolves going rogue, it might indicate to us that they have been using Ethan and Mia the entire time when they were in that house because they were under protective custody by them, telling us that maybe the wolves were using us as bait to try lure Mother Miranda in, and by the opening ambush, I'd say they were using them as bait. Now, unfortunately, a lot of this information about this squad and Chris and their mission isn't explained in detail to us. It's mentioned in passing, with one of the members coming up to Chris saying that the mold is 99.5% identical to the mold found in Louisiana. And it's kind of a shame in my eyes, because it's actually a really interesting plot point, and I think it could have really expanded the game's narrative a lot more. And also, it does the part that Resident Evil games always do, where they have the scientific area later in the game, which explains everything. These Wolfhound guys could have easily done that for us, and I'm so surprised we didn't get a DLC where we played as the members of this squad during the events of this game. Honestly, I have been dying for years for a Resident Evil game that is either a hunk game or an elite squad facing bioweapons that are like pushed to their limits. And I thought the Hound Wolves might have actually been here to set this up, either a DLC, a spin-off game, or anything, but seemingly not. And I know that the idea of having an elite squad who come in and just face these bioweapons isn't very horror-y, but I think this would have been a perfect spin-off game for Resident Evil to have, be it a co-op shooter or a single-player game. I think it would have been the perfect setup for RE to actually make a fun, different game for the franchise, because I do believe that Resident Evil can easily be many different kinds of games, and I think a co-op shooter akin to Left 4 Dead would suit Resident Evil so well. Imagine you have a squad of 4, you can play with 3 of your other friends, and you have the survival aspects of Resident Evil, but there is way more enemies that you have to shoot, and the guns feel a little stronger, and it feels way more engaging to actually use the guns more. This is just me wishing we had more co-op shooters, because since last year with Space Marine 2 and Helldivers 2, we haven't really got many co-op shooters, which is kind of a shame because I love them so much. And I really do wish that Resident Evil would make these spin-off games so they could distinguish the different types of gameplay from each other and actually give the people who love the more action-focused stuff a game for them. But anyway, the big fish monster might give you flashbacks to another big fish monster from the other Resident Evil game, 4. But I actually think Moreau, compared to the RE4 boss fight, is actually way better done, in my opinion, with it being this multi-layered, multi-stage puzzle boss fight, starting with us having to navigate the area, avoiding Moreau, stopping him from knocking us into the water so he doesn't eat us, eventually allowing us to drain the reservoir. And once you actually drain the reservoir, you can actually enter the combat stage of this fight. And this fight is my favorite boss fight in this game. And I think it is a heavily overlooked section of this game entirely. Yes, I think the overall area, the swampy lagoon, is kind of boring and isn't as horror focused because it's focusing on like the swamp man, swamp thing horror. But I think the actual boss fight is so fun. And first of all, the boss area is super unique and super dynamic, with Moreau using his abilities to bring up the goopy sludge to block your path, or cooling down like acid rain so you have to hide from it. But it's just one of the most interesting in my opinion, and one of the more open ones that you have to kite him around, which I just find really fun. It's a solid area that I think is really well made. But also I think Moreau is a very tragic character that is really interesting and is completely overlooked compared to the others. Lady D obviously has her fans, Heisenberg has the funny name and the really good performance, and then Beneviento has the really interesting section with the hallucinations. But Moreau, it's just a boss fight. But Moreau is a really good character, and Moreau is voiced really well by Jesse Pimentel, who, if you don't know, actually voiced Lucas Baker in RE7. This guy is pretty talented, and he's fairly new to video game voice acting, having only voiced in RE7 and RE8. But yeah, he gives a great performance here as well, and I really like Moreau as a character. I think he's really interesting, and he is a very layered and tragic character. Moreau definitely is the Forgotten Lord, but that most of the community kind of just overlooks. But to me, he is a highlight of this game, and when the combat peaks, this is the best part, in my opinion, for combat. It is the most interesting, and it uses the game's mechanics to the best of its potential. You have an interesting puzzle style boss fight combined with a standard boss fight, which has a dynamic boss arena that you have to engage with as well to do the boss fight. But also Moreau has a somewhat level of body horror, with his physical body being this disgusting blobby fishman thing that just makes you feel ill, and the way he speaks sounds really gargly and just, it sounds like he's gonna be sick all the time. It's a great disgusting style of horror that, again, often is overlooked in games and even movies, is body horror. So I really like him. He is genuinely one of my favorite characters in this game, and I think he is a massive highlight. But with Moreau doing a pyrocynical wet dream,
in death as he was in life. Disgusting.
we can now leave the reservoir and reach the room that Moreau was in and find a diary, with Moreau rather cutely seeing himself as Miranda's child entirely, and he is scared that Miranda reviving her actual child, which is what the ritual that they're using Rose for will do, will lead to him being entirely replaced and forgotten by Miranda. So he is scared of actually helping her, but he believes he should help her because he loves her as a mother. But we can also find something on the table called a Kadao, or Kadu, I'm not very good at English, which is this weird blobby creature that looks like a molded enemy. But we can also find the key that we need to open up more of the map. So we take that key and...
You're better off than I thought.
Who's that?
Oh, come on. We just met a while back, not that it really matters.
You're the last asshole in my way, aren't you?
You've got fight. I'll give you that, Ethan. But what's the plan when you have all 4 flasks?
What are you trying to get at?
I could lend you a hand.
Not trying to get on my good side?
Oh, don't get cocky. I'd kill you if you weren't worth the trouble. There's a stronghold not too far outside the village. Go there and get my flask. Do that, and you pass. First, head back to the graveyard.
Self-centered prick.
Now, Heisenberg invites us to his factory to retrieve our final flask, and yes, Heisenberg is masterfully voiced by Neil Newborn, the voice actor who won Performance of the Year at the Game Awards in 2023 for playing Astarion in Baldur's Gate 3. And honestly, I was so surprised it was Neil Newborn that played him, and I'm even more surprised that this performance didn't get used more, because honestly, I say this about a lot of voice actors, them being the GOAT, my favorites, but Neil Newborn is such a good voice actor, and I think he is such a good voice actor for a villain. Heisenberg visually is the least interesting lord, but because of his performance given to him by Neil Newborn, he has a level of presence above the other lords, and it does feel like he is the most powerful in a way. And I think it's almost a shame that he is so underutilized in this game, because I think he could have been such an interesting character. Again, so many people have said that they wished we got more DLCs that focused on more of the lords. If you don't know, Lady D, fortunately, the demo of Resident Evil 8 had her section in it. It was kind of the section that we got when you're first introduced to her, but it's played a little bit differently, and it's played from the perspective of one of her servants, and of course you get captured and killed and drained and whatever, but it adds a level of horror and presence to Lady D. None of the other lords got this treatment. There was no DLC, nothing. Resident Evil 8 got very little DLC, which was very surprising after the amount of DLC that 7 got. And a lot of people don't really understand why it didn't get much DLC, but I think it's because the game didn't sell as well as RE7. RE7 sold like extremely well, but RE8, there was a bit of a decline, and still the game is lagging behind RE7 for good reason. I think RE7 is a pure horror game, and it appeals to non-RE fans, but just general horror loving fans. But RE8 is a Resident Evil game through and through. It's a proper, like, Resident Evil fans Resident Evil game, so I think it doesn't appeal as much to other players. This led to a decrease in sales and probably meant that Capcom didn't feel like they wanted to make as much DLC for this game. Combine that with the fact that the remakes had been selling like hotcakes after the release of 7 and all of its DLCs, they probably thought that instead of doing 2 or 3 more expansion DLCs for RE8, their time would be better spent remaking RE4, RE3, and potentially RE5. I predict that RE9 probably will get maybe 1 DLC, maybe none, because they'll be focusing on either the RE5 remake or a Code Veronica remake. That is my prediction, obviously, but it's a shame because RE Village is the one that I think needed the most DLC. It was the one that needed more expansions that explored more of these storylines that aren't dived in enough in the base game, because there just isn't enough time to do that in this game. I am surprised that each of the 4 lords didn't get their own DLCs that were like short 1-hour experiences that really dived into their characters and potentially their origins of what made them into who they are now. Or we didn't, of course, get the Wolfhound Squad DLC, or maybe an initial Lycan attack DLC where we see the village itself fall. We didn't get any of these scenarios in the game. We got 2, which was a fairly decent DLC, I won't lie, that follows Ethan's daughter Rose, and the Mercenaries edition, which is fine. I think it's a shame, and I would have loved to see all of these characters, mainly the lords, get used way more, because all of the voice actors do such a good job, and I think that is just the biggest shame of RE8, and is probably why the game, to me, didn't come back earlier. I didn't go back to this game for the DLC that they released, because I was expecting them to make more, and I wanted to return once they'd made all of them. But by the time I realized that, oh shit, they hadn't made any more, it was years later. It was after the RE9 announcement came out, and I realized I hadn't played DLCs in RE8, and I needed to go back and play them. And then I realized, oh, there's only 1 still. And again, it's just a shame. I really do wish Village got more love from Capcom, because I think they definitely see it as a bit of a bump in Resident Evil, because not everyone loved it. Even Resident Evil fans, not all of them loved it, and the sales numbers reflect that. It didn't do as well as RE7. It definitely didn't do anywhere near as well as the RE2 remake or the RE4 remake. But enough of that, let's continue on. Now, before going to our meeting with Heisenberg, I of course decided to do a quick run around the village and collect some more of the treasures and weapons that I had missed or were now able to get. In one of the houses, we can find what they did with these cadeaux. They implanted them into people, with them injecting wolf blood alongside it, and then these cadeaux were then implanted inside of a person, then creating the very first Lycans, telling us that all of these mythical folktale monsters have been created through experimentation with these cadeaux, a fetus-looking ass thingamabobber that looks like the mold. And obviously, with the Wolfhound squad saying to Chris about the mold being present here, you're probably starting to see the connection to RE7 that RE8 has. I honestly love how slowly this game lays out its connections and weaves its narrative, slowly revealing bit by bit to you over time, which you yourself have to put together. But here we can also get our hands on the Wolfbane's Magnum, the high-powered revolver weapon that every Resident Evil has, the Magnum pistol. This weapon will just delete enemies, case in point the big wolf enemy here that spawns that you have to test it on, it will delete it almost immediately. But also doing a lot more exploring, we can find a cave which contains some more research equipment, with a report on the mold itself, with the analysis of it telling us that it is almost an identical match genetically with the mold that was found in Louisiana. But this mold's a bit different. The mold itself has spread across the entire underside of the village, telling us that the mold completely infiltrated the entire village, which means the mold is more spread out we might have once believed before, with at one point believing it was just Evelyn. Now it seems that this entire area is completely infested with it. And the mold itself seems to be alive and reacting to Ethan, as when you try to leave the cave where this report is found, some goons will come fight you to try stop you from escaping, telling us that the mold is a living, breathing being that is conscious. But actually escaping, we can return to the village, and Heisenberg has made it very clear to us where we are meant to be going so we don't get lost, guiding us to his abode. But of course, the Lycans don't make it very easy, and this is when I realized that RE games on PC might be way too easy. With me just sniping all of the Lycans in one shot and just clearing them out really fast, and I remember this section itself on console being actually pretty difficult, but here I just sort of waltzed through it, having a lot of fun just sniping. Then clearing the area and opening the gate, we enter a second massive Lycan brawl, which again was very hard on console, but for me on PC I found it very easy. Still fun though. But after a short intermission, we have a fight with another big boy. Boss fight wise, it's okay. Not the best, but not the worst. A very tight boss arena with not a lot of space to really move around and duck and weave. So it's kind of just like a big kiting battle with you sort of moving back and forth in the arena, just dodging the single attack he can do when he does try to hit you. And eventually you'll do enough damage and you'll kill him, and we can move along and collect the last piece of our daughter.
You're the real deal, Ethan. Well done.
Quit hiding, asshole. I'm not letting you get out of this.
Cool your jets. Just a little bit more, and you're all wrapped up. I'll lend you a hand. So in exchange...
In exchange what?
First of all, come to me. Put all the flasks in the altar, and I'm sure you'll figure the rest out. See you, Ethan.
God damn it.
Well, Heisenberg himself has requested our presence and that we should put all the flasks in the altar. But of course, before that, more information about the Cadao, and experiments with one being revealed to be a Alcina D, a 44-year-old noble who turned into what is described to be a vampire. Yes, this is indeed Lady D, revealing that the lords themselves are all most likely test subjects of the Cadaos, with Miranda most likely creating them all in an attempt to bring her daughter back. Don't know why she used men then with Moreau and Heisenberg, but hey, this is Resident Evil logic. But if you want to know, Lady D was seen as the most promising subject for use in Miranda's ritual, but she was still flawed. She wasn't perfect, and I would assume it's probably more of a visual thing that she didn't like. She didn't like that this lady was very big, very tall, and very angry as well. But now returning to the village again, we can explore it even more thoroughly, and honestly, at this point, you should have everything in the village. If you don't, you've probably missed a key somewhere or something, but you should be able to access everything and collect everything. And on the harder difficulties, you really should explore the whole village and get everything out of it. But there is a new boss enemy here, another beast enemy, another doggy, which you can kill to get some more money if you need it, but be warned, very tanky boss. But inserting all the flasks by the Duke, it allows us to open up the next doorway, and with the Giant's Chalice, we can move it to a place in the ceremony site, which now reveals a new bridge to us. What kind of futuristic shit is this? But with us taking a nice pleasurable elevator ride down, we can make our way across this bridge to Heisenberg's factory, which of course will act as the next main area of the game. And like most Resident Evil games, this is when the game derails a bit. But me, I think it's pretty good. So it starts with Heisenberg inviting us in for a wee little chinwag.
What the hell? Mia?
Truth hurts, don't it? Let me guess. You're thinking, take me out like the others, and then he gets to go and save Rose, right?
I'm healing my daughter.
Look, you got this all wrong. Tell me I'm talking. Shut your fucking hole! Sorry about that. Take a seat. Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about? You think this is a game?
I said sit! Lady, supersized bitch. Ugly ass psycho doll. And that moronic freak. Don't you get it? It's a test to see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain. Well, fuck that!
I don't give a damn about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I. Do you have any idea how powerful that kid is? Even Miranda's scared of her. Last time, you freak, I swear to God! You and me, Ethan. Together, we can go save Rose, and then we can use her to grind Miranda into paste.
My daughter is not a weapon. Fuck you!
Last chance. You don't want to find out what's in that hole.
I'll take my chances.
You're futile.
Damn it! Shit! A dead end. Damn it! What was that thing? This place is messed up. I've got to get upstairs.
Well, seems like a nice man, but Heisenberg honestly did give us the opportunity to team up with him. But Ethan, ever the smart one, didn't want to get his help, which, yeah, Heisenberg would probably betray him. But now we get to face off against Heisenberg's mechanical creations, which are not scary in the sense of Mr. X or Lady D, but more of a kind of creepy, uncomfortable feeling of knowing that they're real people that were forced to be transformed into these things. Now, the entire factory section has us falling all the way down to the bottom of it and having to climb all the way up to the top of it again while facing off against many of Heisenberg's army, which he created in order to fight Miranda. Now these enemies are a bit different, with their weak points not being their heads, but these glowing points on them either being on their chest, their back, in these slightly more hard to hit locations that occasionally they'll guard to stop you hitting. And this section is entirely just shooting. This is a combat section through and through. Think of the boat section from RE7 without the horror of it, or the mines, I guess. It's not focused on trying to scare you, it's focused on pushing your combat abilities to the limit now. But something that I've noticed a lot of people online say is that the factory feels completely disconnected from the rest of the game, with all of them being these folk tale stories that people would tell kids that have a medieval style to them, and this one doesn't really have that. And yeah, it is very clearly a different section, but I would argue that it does still fit the game's theme. So just imagine this. Just imagine what parents would say in the village to children goes on in the factory to keep them away from it. Remember, this factory creates these mechanical beings, these zombie beings that completely destroy people, so the parents would want to keep their kids away from this factory. So I would imagine that they would tell them stories of this crazy doctor akin to Frankenstein to stop the village children from making their way over there. Again, the people were telling themselves story about this person that was disconnected from their village to make them seem more scary and crazy, and I think it works really well with the factory. The factory represents something very different. It represents a change in the village, a coming of the new age, something that people don't like, change. And obviously the mechanical zombies physically represent change. Heisenberg very much is meant to be a mirror to Frankenstein. The story itself, with the monsters obviously being the monster and Heisenberg being Frankenstein. It's still a classic tale, it just has a bit of a different flavour to it. But other than that simple connection to Frankenstein and that story, it is just very combat heavy. There's really not a lot for me to comment on, and I think it's fine. And the best section overall for combat, I think the Moreau section is the best combat sequence, but this is the best part of the game if you want to engage with combat. But yes, this section isn't like the first 75% of the game, and it does stick out because of this. I didn't even understand why Capcom keep doing this with Resident Evil. Again, this is the 8th mainline entry in the Resident Evil franchise, and it's not even the 8th game, it's something like the 20th game, and they can't seem to keep a game consistent throughout the entire game. I really thought after RE7 they would have learned their lesson about keeping the game consistent, but they still haven't. I really hope RE9 doesn't fall into the same trap, because I think it will definitely be less well received if it does this again, especially with a female character, because we know what the general gaming community reviewers are like now, and they're all grifters and they're all just idiots. I'm not one of them. I will give that game the fairest shake it will get, and honestly I think Grace looks like a really good character, and I actually really like her design and everything. I think she's going to be a great character and probably significantly better than Ethan. But that's for the Resident Evil 9 video when that eventually comes out. But anyway, we move between the floors with the Duke being in the elevator that we have access to, so we can trade with him 3 times throughout the entire factory section. And through him now, we can obtain the best shotgun in the game, and maybe gun for that matter. I'm not really sure if it's the best gun in the game because the sniper exists, and I love the sniper, but it's clearly a very powerful weapon. It is a mag-fed semi-automatic shotgun that has pretty good range on it, so you can just kind of blast people away with it very easily. But actually getting out of this place, which takes us a fucking good while, over an hour of gameplay, which is just completely skipped over here, we slowly but surely ascend, fighting increasing levels of armored enemies, eventually reaching panzer enemies who have full setups of armor on with jetpacks, and of course the big engine boy. There's really not a lot to say about this section in particular. From a gameplay standpoint, it's decent, but like horror, yeah, not it. It's not really there. Mr. White himself will occasionally pop up and talk to us, but not that often that he feels like a constant threat, and I really wish he was more involved with this section. What I would have done was just made him just pop up every now and then, just standing there very far in the distance, just watching us, seeing what we do, which I think would have been way more interesting. It would be like he is watching us, seeing if we're worthy to join him. And yeah, this section is the weakest of the entire game. There isn't a lot to say here. It's not bad, it's not great, it's just okay. It's just a shame that Capcom can't make a Resident Evil game that doesn't fall off in the latter half of the game. Oh wait, that's Resident Evil 4. I forgot because that game is basically perfect. But anyway, as we ascend a certain elevator, Heisenberg informs us that Miranda is beginning her ceremony, which will revive her daughter and destroy Rose. And Heisenberg makes an interesting comment.
Soon, she'll start her ceremony with your Rose. If that happens, it's all over. For your kid, and for the whole village. But don't worry, I'll stop it. I'll use Rose to kill Miranda. Poor Papa. You're the only one who doesn't see your kid's power.
Take Rose? I'd like to see you try.
Thank you, Ethan.
Appears Rose has some sort of power that is desirable, which explains why she was taken in the first place. She was taken for the ceremony due to her powers, and after a lot more of exploring and ascending and a scrap with the Turbine Man, who is very, very hot, but killing him and finally escaping, Walter White has one last thing to say.
Not bad, not bad, hunters. You're persistent. But I've got a rebellion too. So stay out of my way.
Don't come back here!
Well, seems we have to climb all the way back to the top again. Well, let's just clear out this debris to find a way out.
I told you to leave it alone, Ethan. You are in the way.
What do you care, Chris? You killed my wife, you son of a bitch!
You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda.
What?
She's a bioweapon. She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. It seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job.
Bullshit! Why don't you fucking tell me right away?
Because I knew you would want to be involved. And this job is hard enough without civilians getting in the way.
Why us, Chris? What the hell is going on?
All right, Ethan. All right. I guess I owe you an explanation. Hand me that wrench. Long story short, Miranda's fucking insane. In this village, all these monsters and freaks, this is her life's work. Some sort of crazy experiment with the mold.
The mold. Like Louisiana. God damn it. All this time, I thought I could save my family. I can't escape from here. I can't do anything!
That might not be true. Take a look at this. My men sent those pictures a few minutes ago.
Miranda.
Keep looking.
Rose. Holy shit, we gotta go!
Relax, my men are monitoring the situation.
But they have my daughter.
You don't get it, Ethan. You don't stand a chance against Miranda by yourself. I will stay down here and finish planting explosives. You take that elevator. I'll meet you topside. I promise you, we will get your daughter back. Together.
Damn straight we will. And when I find Miranda, she's a dead woman.
All right, Ethan. Then you take this, and do me a favor. Try to stay under the radar.
Well, Chris tried to keep Ethan out of everything that is going on, but it seems that Miranda is responsible for everything that is happening to Ethan from the village all the way back to Louisiana. And yeah, this is what I mean by I don't really like how Chris is written here. Him revealing this to us now feels so out of place after the entire time he's tried to keep us out of it. So it just feels very against his character and how he's been in this game. And also he does something really fucking weird and gives us this new tank toy to play with to go out and fight a certain boss with, which Chris wants to keep Ethan out of danger. Now he just put him in danger. Yeah, I don't get it. But also we can find another computer detailing the hounds and Chris's observations of Miranda with her mimicry ability, which she has the ability to replicate one's appearance, which explains why she was Mia in the beginning of the game, but also could tell us that she was other characters throughout the entire game. She could be Chris right now. You never know. But now climbing aboard our new toy, we enter what might honestly be the worst part of the game, Heisenberg's boss fight. Honestly, I just do not like this boss fight at all. With Heisenberg himself becoming a mechanical blob thingy-majigger, whatever, I don't know what this is, an abomination that looks like Transformers CGI, we have what I think really shouldn't have been a boss fight at all in this game. I think the Turbine Man should have been the boss fight for this section, not Heisenberg. I just don't think we needed another big horror beyond your imagination boss fight with a really boring tank sequence in it, because this gameplay sucks fucking ass, I can't even lie. All you do is hold down one fire button and occasionally fire a rocket at him to stun him. It is such a boring boss fight and a massive waste of Heisenberg as a character, as he honestly could have been set up as a much bigger antagonist, be it again in a future DLC, or even what I saw people recommend in RE9 or a spin-off game that maybe had Rose as the main character. I honestly think it would have been so much better because Heisenberg had Rose. He was more interested in Rose's power and using them powers for himself, which would have made him a significantly more interesting antagonist if Rose was a protagonist in a future game, spin-off, whatever. But he's not. He is killed off here so quickly for no real reason. You just keep shooting him until it dies, and it results in Heisenberg feeling like the most wasted character in this game, as he was presented throughout the game as not only the most interesting character next to Lady D, but he was the most powerful out of the Lords, but he feels the easiest to kill because it is almost a scripted sequence where you kill him. But with us being sucked around and doing one final blast, we kill him, and in the aftermath, someone pays us a visit.
Explosions. What the hell happened?
I dealt with Heisenberg. Now I'm gonna find Miranda and get Rose back.
Not without me. It's too dangerous. Wait there, you hear me? Ethan?
Rose?
Ethan! Ethan, respond!
Mia?
Our child. She's so important, isn't she?
She's everything to me.
And mine to me. With Heisenberg gone, you've lost your lead. What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'm saving Rose.
You'd never know, do you? Even when I took Mia's place in your home. Poor Ethan.
Who are you? Where's Rose? Miranda.
Enough. Remember Evelyn and her power over them all? Rose is her successor. No. Rose is Evelyn's true, complete form.
she will grow to fully control the masses. And I must have her.
Fuck you, you crazy bitch!
Calm yourself. Rose will be saved. The Megamycete catalogs all of us. However, she will be reborn as my daughter.
She's my child, not yours. Where are you? Show yourself!
Why did Rose come to be? Was it because of her parents? And you are truly a special case. But I've learned all I can from you. Your worth as a lab rat has run out.
Miranda! You coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry, Ethan. Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycete's records. I will make sure to sample your blood for later. Once dawn breaks, the ceremony will be complete, and I will become her true mother, bound for eternity in blood. I've waited so long. But dreams really can come true. Vessel or not, I can't wait to see my true child again.
Well, Ethan Winters is dead, and it is revealed that Miranda was the old woman all along watching us throughout the game, and she is going to keep us in the Megamycete, as the mold itself has a memory and basically records anyone that is infected or touched by the mold itself, telling us that Miranda has some form of control over the mold as well. And after that, we now cut to Chris.
Captain, I've confirmed the death of Ethan Winters. I wasn't able to retrieve the body, but I've recorded evidence.
Share your screen, and I'll go over the situation. My team and I were careless. Yesterday, we took down the transformed Miranda, but we didn't kill her.
Who knew she could fake being a corpse?
Since Miranda could have infected Ethan, I forcefully took him and Rose with us. But the vehicle they were riding in was attacked. When I got to the wreck, Ethan and Rose were gone. The last time I was able to contact Ethan, I heard Miranda's voice. She murdered him, and she is not gonna get away with it. God damn it, when does it end?
What's that, sir? The mission?
All of it. 3 years trying to put this thing in the ground. 3 years too long.
We'll get her, Captain. The squad's ready for you.
So BSAA got here already? They didn't waste any time?
Mission adjustment?
No, doesn't change anything. Terminate Miranda and rescue Rose. That's the mission. And failure's not an option.
Let's have some fun, people. Like old times.
Move out.
Roger.
Okay.
K9, I want to know what the hell BSAA is doing here. Find out what you can.
Roger that. I'm on it.
And now we enter a section of the game that not a lot of people like, but I do, with us taking control of Chris and joining the hounds on the hunt, with the BSAA also coming to the village to search for something for some reason. And this whole section is a massive shooting gallery, with Miranda very clearly trying to keep us away from the mold. that has now spread out and emerged from the ground under the castle. Now honestly, this section is just not good as a Resident Evil horror section. It is just a big action set piece. It is basically identical and very similar to the Not a Hero DLC from Resident Evil 7. But I think it's still fine. I think it's good and I like it. I think it is kind of just as good as Not a Hero. Obviously Not a Hero had the kind of jigsaw feel to it with Lucas obviously putting Chris in his little game. This is just the wolves and the wolfhounds and Chris going crazy, just killing all of the Lycan and other monsters. But it just gives us a very different perspective of the bioweapons, which is from the perspective of the people who are meant to deal with these things and who have been dealing with these things throughout their entire lives. People like Chris and the BSAA, they're not regular people like Ethan, which I think is fine, and I would love for Capcom to make a game like this, which again, like the long-rumored Hunk game or a game completely focusing on the Wolfhounds, I think it would be fine. The Hunk game, by the way, if you don't know, has been this long-rumored, constantly leaked game that has always been mentioned in Capcom's upcoming game leaks. If you want to know how realistic this game is, it might not be real, but when this leak happened, Capcom had a massive leak a few years ago, which revealed that the RE4 remake was being made, which then was revealed, I think, about 6 months later, and then released about a year later. The RE5 remake was apparently being made, a RE1 remake, so the original RE1 being remade again in the style of the RE2 remake, and also a Code Veronica remake. But also there was RE9, of course, in that list, and a Hunk game. It was just called, I think, RE Hunk, codename, I think. But this has been like a long rumored thing for years in the Resident Evil community that has been mentioned in passing. It is almost an urban myth at this point, but I'm so interested what a game that focuses on Hunk would be. If you don't know, Hunk was the guy in Resident Evil 2 that went into that facility and just shot up the scientist that initially started the Raccoon City outbreak, and he has somehow survived so many other things in the Resident Evil series. He is one of the most interesting characters because he just doesn't die, but he's always sent in by Umbrella to get things, kill people, do whatever. But anyway, with us and the boys killing all of the monsters, we can start to call down some airstrikes on the Megamycete to damage it and make a path for us to reach the center of the mold, the heart of it, if you will. With it being guarded by, yes, another big boy, which this big boy is the brother to the other big boy. It's not the same big boy, it's a different boy. But killing him, we can go further into the caves and actually reach the heart of the mold.
Alpha to squad. I've located the Megamycete.
So now we can end this mess after all.
About damn time. And 2 explosives armed. There's enough there to blow the whole village sky high.
Let's get out of here and blow the damn place.
Not before I end Miranda. I'm not taking any more chances. I'm going in.
Roger that. Standing by.
With the bomb being planted, we now try to escape, and just like Resident Evil 7, we get the lab part, which reveals that Miranda has been working on this mold Cadu stuff for quite a while, and a certain letter from a certain someone reveals she was what inspired the creation of the Umbrella Corporation, with her being the teacher to an Oswell E. Spencer, founder of Umbrella, telling us that she is the root of this Resident Evil. Also, she is immortal, apparently, which explains why she looks very young and like in her sort of early 30s, I would say. And Oswald E. Spencer, the last time we saw him, looked like this. He's pretty old.
Spencer, here. No way.
And of course, as well, we find a diary explaining why Miranda did what she did, and also how she did it, with her implanting the villagers with the mold itself, creating everything from the Lycans to the vampires to the fish monsters, so on and so forth. But more interestingly, she can be seen in a picture alongside other lab scientists with Evelyn and Mia, telling us that she was also part of the connections, and she was the lead researcher on the Evelyn project because she was trying to recreate her daughter basically. But she was so disappointed with Evelyn, not seeing her as a worthy subject for her ritual or to be her new daughter, that she kind of just discarded her and probably left the connections entirely. And of course, in the lab we have one final reveal.
Show me your hands! Umbrise, this is Alpha. Where is Miranda right now?
Still at the ceremony site. Whatever she's doing, she's staying put.
God damn. It really is you. I'm glad you saved me. Why are you here?
I was caught in Houston experiments.
Wait, did you say Mia? Mia Winters?
In the flesh. What's the situation up there?
Kind of a war going on. Nothing we can't handle.
Don't get distracted. Stick to the mission. I'm headed to the ceremony site.
Wait! You can't leave me here. You promised, damn it! You said that you would keep us safe. We did everything that you asked. We moved over here, everything! And I didn't care. So long as we were together. So you tell me, where is my husband? Where is my daughter?
Ethan is gone. I couldn't save him. But I can save Rose. Come on. It's not safe here after all.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's dead. I'm sorry, Mia, but we have to leave. We have to destroy this village.
No! You're wrong. I tried to keep this a secret, but... you don't understand how special he is.
What's going on? Someone there? It's cold. How did I get here? God, it's freezing. This shit in my body.
You're so dumb.
Evelyn? How are you here?
You're dead.
Dead? I mean, Miranda. She... No. I still have to save Rose.
Wrong! It wasn't Miranda. You were always dead.
What are you saying? I can still...
See? Miranda didn't kill you. You mean you didn't think it was weird? No matter how much you got hurt? Remember? "3 years ago, the Baker house. You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago.
That's impossible. No way.
You shouldn't even be able to walk around.
Quit messing with my head.
You shouldn't be walking.
Screw you! Then what am I? I did all that. Rose. Mia.
Now do you get it? Your whole body is nothing but mold. You can't ever see your family again.
Family. No. Rose. I have to save my daughter.
You're already dead. Dead.
I will save Rose!
And thus the curtain falls, with everything being revealed. So for those who are confused, when Jack curb stomped Ethan in Resident Evil 7 when introducing him to his family, it entirely killed him. Ethan died by Jack boot. His skull got crushed. But Evelyn then took him and merged him with the mold and found out, oh, this is Mia's husband, and this is my perfect family, my mother and father, and then Jack and the other Bakers can be like my grandparents. I have the perfect family now. Evelyn took Ethan and entirely turned him into a molded individual. It explains why Ethan has been so resistant to damage and able to entirely reattach limbs when they get cut off. He is completely made of mold. This one fact explains everything. How Ethan can take so much damage and just regenerate it, and also what Mia was so afraid of when she made a child with Ethan, a man made out of mold, which would scare the fucking shit out of me as well. Imagine inside of you, your child isn't naturally born human flesh and blood, but is a mix of the Megamycete. That would be this sort of terrifying thought akin to something like aliens, something growing inside of you. But also, the Megamycete itself saves everyone in its memory, in its brain thing, I guess, because if the mold is entirely connected with everyone being connected to one central thing, this heart, I think. But it explains also how Evelyn was controlling the mold in RE7. She wasn't really controlling it, she was just it. She is the mold. She is able to manipulate her own body like you and me. The mold is one with everyone, which means Ethan as well should be able to manipulate it and use it. But a question many people have is, why has Ethan not lost his mind akin to Jack Baker or the other Bakers? Why was Ethan okay? Why did he not go insane like the Bakers? Well, I don't think the mold makes you go crazy. Heisenberg doesn't seem crazy to me. He does seem a little unhinged, but I think he's pretty normal. And a lot of these other ones that have been infected by the mold have been completely changed on a biological way that has turned them insane. Lady D turned into a vampire. Moreau, a fish person. Beneviento, she was completely disfigured. The Lycans turned into werewolves. You get the point. The Bakers went insane not because they were physically changed, but because Evelyn controlled them. Again, she infected them with the mold and took over their body with the mold. She started controlling them like she controls the mold flip as well. Ethan got infected, but he was able to fend off Evelyn because of his willpower. It's very like plot armory, but you get the point. Ethan, I think because he was so determined to find Mia, save Mia, fix the problems, he wasn't able to be controlled by Evelyn. But also it could be because he died and she couldn't fully control him because he died. He didn't realize he got infected, so she couldn't control him on a psychological level. This also then explains all the hallucinations and things that we saw in Resident Evil 7, especially at the end of the game with Evelyn trying to control Ethan. But as well, Mia was able to fend off Evelyn occasionally during the game, even though she herself was infected with the mold as well. But she wasn't killed by Jack or anyone. She was infected by Evelyn on the boat. You get the point. It's this big reveal that if you go back to Resident Evil 7 and you sort of sift through it and try to say, well, why did this happen? Why did that happen? This one reveal about Ethan being infected almost contextualizes everything and makes it make sense now. But now with Ethan dying, with his last strength, he somehow regenerates his heart, and with the help of our good friend the Duke, we are taken and can prepare to enter the final boss fight of the game, with the source of the mold itself and the mother who is nurturing it.
Ah, little Ava, my beautiful daughter, come to me. Ava, is that you? Oh, how I've missed you. What? My power is leaving me!
Rose! Miranda!
Interesting. Your body certainly isn't normal.
Give Rose to me! Now!
You will see. Once I kill you properly, everything...
Get her now! Let go!
I've spent a lifetime creating this moment, and you try to take it away from me. I will take what is due. My desires will be fulfilled!
No. Rose is mine! What the fuck?
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Rose. You disposed of my...
Now, what do I think of this fight? It's alright. It's honestly not the best, but it's not the worst either. It's very strangely very shooty, like you're constantly shooting, and it doesn't feel like it really breaks it up in any interesting way. I think this is kind of just showing the limit of the first-person RE games in a way. They just feel very limited in what they can do, because you can't have the enemies jump around too much because you'll very quickly lose them in first person. And the bosses in this game weirdly have very passive aggression to them. They feel like there's like these massive openings where they just stop attacking for some reason, which is very different to something like RE2 or RE4. Again, they had to do this to account for the lack of visibility in first person. This was fine in RE7 due to how tight the boss arenas are and how little your guns did, like how few guns you got access to. But in RE8, I really think they needed to step the bosses up a bit in terms of difficulty. But with enough damage and arguing about who deserves the child more, the random woman, because every woman is a mother, or I guess the child's actual biological father, we can finally defeat Miranda and save our daughter.
My daughter! My Ava! Rose! Shh. Shh. It's all right, Rose. It's all right.
Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up. Oh, no.
Chris.
Ethan. You did it. It's finished.
I think we've finished each other.
Ethan. We gotta move. Keep moving, Ethan. There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it. Ah, damn it. Mia's waiting for you. She's alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey, hey. Hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong. God damn it. Goodbye, Rosemary.
Ethan.
Rose?
Go. Go, take us up now.
Wait! Where's Ethan?
Get moving. We have to get clear.
No! We can't go, not without my husband!
Mia, sit down and strap in.
Not before you tell me where Ethan is. I know he wouldn't abandon us. Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down.
Where is he? Chris? What have you done?
He's gone. I tried. He stayed so we could all escape. I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
What the hell were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ. Someone's gotta pay.
I honestly love this ending so much. While yes, the ending is a bit predictable, I think it's perfect for what this game was setting up. I believe that Ethan had reached his limit. Despite his increased durability, I think his heart being removed almost symbolically made him mortal again. He sacrificed everything to get something that was taken from him, something he held so close to his heart, something he called his heart. Miranda physically and metaphorically ripped Ethan's heart out of his chest and tried to take it from him, but in the end, Ethan did get it back. It just shows how determined he was to save his family. The mold itself was used throughout both RE7 and RE8 as a metaphor for how trauma spreads through families, how it is passed down in generations through families. This was more obvious in RE7, but also in 8 with Ethan birthing a child despite him being infested by his trauma. It's all he wants to talk about. It's all he is. But also Miranda's family, the Four Lords, are born from her trauma. The trauma in search of her actual daughter. Her own trauma infected not only from the Megamycete, but also in a metaphorical sense. She abandoned these creations once she made them. They all felt that they'd lost their own mother, just like how Miranda had lost her daughter. She was breeding it and repeating the same mistakes. And Ethan staying back to destroy the Megamycete is symbolic of him being a good parent, facing the bad things in his past, his trauma, and entirely destroying it, preventing it from getting to his daughter in the future. He allows for a new chapter to begin, a new part of the story, and not a repeat of the same thing. It isn't tainted with the memories and trauma of what happened in Louisiana or in the village, but he wants them to be able to look to the future and make something better for themselves. He couldn't escape this trauma though, so him staying back to destroy it means he is saving his family from it. Of course, the baby, Rose, is symbolic of a new beginning, a new life not tainted or destroyed to try fix the past. She is allowed to live her own life and grow up to be someone entirely different. She will be completely disconnected from the traumas of the past. She will not repeat the same things that have happened to Ethan. But Miranda and Ethan are way more similar than they are different in many ways. They both kind of lose a child and will do anything to get them back, but the difference is why they are doing it. Miranda lost her child to the Spanish flu and has damaged, used and destroyed countless people, beings and places to try get her child back. She doesn't care who she hurts, she will do everything to try to revive something that's basically dead and gone forever. She lets her trauma and grief be destructive, whereas Ethan tries to help and save people but is forced to fight and defend himself throughout the game, and he's willing to fight and actually let go of his daughter, willing to let someone else save her. He doesn't use people to try reunite with his daughter. He does everything he can to try save his daughter, even giving his own life. Him physically giving Rose to Chris with his jacket is a very symbolic thing. He is handing off the responsibility of Rose to someone he trusts, but making sure that his warmth as a father, his jacket, is still there with her. She will never forget him for the actions he did in the village. Rose surviving and Ethan saving her is proof that Ethan's humanity, despite being a molded individual, will survive. Him choosing to save Rose and not try to save himself in some way is proof he is still as human as he was before. He isn't a molded monster, he is Rose's father through and through. And him saving Rose and ensuring that she survives by him staying back to destroy the sins and traumas of his past and letting Chris, someone he entirely trusts to keep Rose safe, means that a little part of him will always survive in one way.
Do you think the little boy will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon, it's too far away.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then he can touch it, but it'd be very, very cold.
You were being silly. I don't think the moon feels like a cure.
It does. But if
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday. Sorry I missed last week. I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is. Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls. I love you.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
Way to keep it together, Rose.
You're a lot like him, you know?
I know.
Post-credit scene is one of the most powerful moments in Resident Evil Village. We see Rose now all grown up 16 years later, visiting her father's grave, a quiet, bittersweet reflection of everything Ethan sacrificed. She's no longer the helpless child he died to protect. She's become a powerful human bioweapon hybrid, trained by Chris Redfield himself. Despite her strength and control, the government still treats her with caution, a reminder that even though she was born from tragedy, the world still fears what she could become, as they don't entirely understand her. But what stands out the most is the subtle, haunting image of a man in the distance, a silhouette that many believe to be Ethan, and to me the figure feels symbolic in a way. It represents the comforting idea that the people we've lost never truly leave us. Even though Ethan dies, his love will always endure, because death can take away life, but not love itself. Love is an invisible thread that binds us to those we've lost, the proof that connection doesn't end when life does. Rose still feels the love of her father, as he loved her beyond death, and as long as that love remains, Ethan will always be with her, watching over her, guiding her, living on in her heart. Wait, where are you going? Nah, we ain't done yet. You gotta come back. Alright, we're gonna quickly talk about... Okay, so the Shadow of Rose DLC is a very different DLC. Releasing over a year later for the game itself, it was the only time the game got any sort of meaningful content addition, unlike RE7, which of course had multiple different expansions. No, we didn't get a Chris one like the Not a Hero one from 7, which is a massive missed opportunity in my eyes, but taking place 16 years after the events of Village, which is the same time period that ending cutscene took place, we of course follow Rose as she struggles to accept who she is in her most formative years of life, early adulthood.
Hey, Kay. Sorry I'm late.
It's okay, I'm just enjoying the day.
You said you had something important to tell me? I hope it's not about Chris wanting me to join his operation, because I already told him that's not happening. I see what he puts you and the rest of his hound wolf squad through. No, thank you.
It's not about that. It is about you.
Me?
I worry about you. How are things at school?
Seriously? That's what you wanted to talk to me about?
That group of mean girls still hassling you?
I mean, are they still treating me like a freak?
Hey! Look at me. You are not a freak.
I am. You know I am. That's why I keep my distance from everybody at school. If they knew what I really was.
So... you don't have any friends that you can talk to?
Talk to? About what? How I'm hardly even human? How I'm some kind of horrendous monster? Hey, it's okay. I hardly ever murder my friends.
What if there were a way to get rid of your powers?
I'd get rid of them in a heartbeat.
All right, well, I think there's something I need to show you. You already know about Miranda and the mutamycete, how she researched it obsessively and performed experiments on human subject.
Like me.
Exactly. What you don't know is that we recently found some of her research. Apparently, she discovered a purifying crystal that can remove the mutamycete from its host.
Purifying crystal?
If we can get our hands on one of these, we might be able to weaken or remove your powers entirely.
Are you kidding me?
No, but her notes are incomplete. However, I think I have an idea where we can find the rest of her research.
Let's do it. Let's find it. Where is it?
In there.
What?
That's a fragment of the megamycete. It absorbs and stores memories from people who pass away in close proximity, including Miranda, and everything she knows. If you enter its consciousness, you might be able to solve the mystery of the purifying crystal.
Wait, what do you mean enter its consciousness?
So your deep connection will allow you to explore the information within.
That sounds crazy. You sound crazy.
Yes, Rose, but not dangerous, right? Think of it just like walking through somebody else's memories.
You really think this can work?
I think it's worth trying. What do you have to lose?
How do I even do this?
Shit, I don't know. Try reaching out to it. See what happens.
Okay. Fine. What the hell?
Okay, that is a very long cutscene, but basically, K9 here, yes, that one guy from the Hounds, did not think he'd look like this, has found a way to potentially cure Rose of her mold affliction, confirming to us that what Mia was scared of was Ethan passing down his infection to the child, which has happened, giving Rose a gift or curse, depending on how you look at it, which is kind of odd to me, because why would a Hound Squad member, a member of the BSAA who work with these bioweapon creations and want to be able to harness them, want to remove this power from an individual? Well, yes, he might be sort of a father-uncle figure to Rose and want what's best for her. He himself would understand how important she is as the very first bioweapon human hybrid that isn't absolutely batshit insane or evil or a monster. No, Ethan didn't count because he was entirely mold. She is human and mold. She is both. She can survive removing the mold, which isn't possible with Ethan. Ethan was entirely mold. So basically, Miranda found a way to purify the subject of the megamycete, and Rose needs to use her powers to retrieve a purifying crystal. And to do this, we need to enter the consciousness of the sample of the megamycete. Megamycete, and through this we enter a new plane of existence, an almost dreamlike world made up of the memories of those connected to the Megamycete. And connecting to this, we go on one wild ride.
Oh my god, Rose is so weird.
Yeah, it's like she sees things that aren't there. Creepy.
Stay away from us, you freak.
Imagine wanting to be friends
She's
with her.
definitely
Ew,
not normal.
something just moved on her hand. What's wrong with her?
Shut up!
Rose feels
It's like stay away from us, you
Freak.
Ew, something just moved
Go
on her hand.
away. Freak. Away. Just disgusting. Please just stop!
I'm still here? Kay. Kay? Where are you? Kay!
And we awaken back in the lab, but K9 has vanished, so we start our search to try find him, and going through the door, we find ourselves in a very different location, which just seems a bit wrong, which tells us we have now entered this new plane of existence, this new world, bringing us to the first area of the DLC, Castle Dimitrescu again. So yeah, the DLC reuses a lot of the base game areas, which isn't bad, in a sense, especially for the first area, as I think the castle, while used a lot in the base game, could have easily been used way more. But it isn't perfect, the reuse of areas, and I'll point that out a bit later, because I think a certain area should have been completely different. But exploring the dungeons, we eventually find another person.
Let me out.
Is someone there?
Dangerous here.
What is? Why? Hang tight. I'm gonna see if I can find a key.
Well, with the new objective to help this woman behind the door, we start our search for a key. And now while walking around, I'm going to comment on Rose as a character. Do I actually like her as a character? I think she is voiced really well, actually really, really well, by Jenny Tirado, who has had quite a career not only in gaming, but also in anime. And the two roles that I know her for is the female voice of Byleth in Fire Emblem Three Houses, and Kokoro in Darling in the Franxx. What? I made 2 videos on Black Souls. You don't think I'm fucking weird in real life? Yeah, I'm weird. I like weird stuff. But I think she does a really good job here, genuinely. It's not amazing, performance of the year amazing, but I think she does a really believable job as a teenager in a terrifying situation like this. And especially towards the end, she does a really good job at pulling on your heartstrings a bit when the story gets a bit more emotional. And I hate to say this, I actually like her more than Ethan, and I think she would have been a better main character than Ethan. I honestly thought they were going to make Rose the main character of the next Resident Evil game and make a trilogy called the Winters Trilogy, which would have Ethan in the first 2 games and then Rose in the third. But it seems that they cancelled this plan, and honestly, I think that's a massive shame, because I think a game with Rose entirely as the main character, completely fleshed out, would have been amazing, and it would have been probably one of the most interesting games as we dive into a really different subject matter for Resident Evil. The idea of being a human bioweapon hybrid. Are you evil? Are you destructive? All these things that Resident Evil dives into. But at the beginning of the game, I think she's a bit hit or miss, just like her father, but she's not anywhere near as bad as Ethan in how he's written. I think she's written pretty well, to be honest. But actually finding the key we are after, we see that we are not entirely alone in this world, with the goop having something within it.
Okay. What the hell is this stuff?
So let's just not touch it, but that's made difficult when it starts to just appear everywhere, seemingly. But actually making it back to the door, we can unlock the door and find the person on the other side.
What's this? going on here? Must keep moving. But too dangerous here.
Well, it seems we saved ourselves, and the presence of another Rose is clearly telling us this DLC is going to dive into Rose as a character, and her past, and what troubles her. But following the new Rose, we eventually find more of them, and a locked gate. Quickly searching the area for a switch, we come across a bunch of dead Roses, and
Did that really? Oh god.
quite an interesting look. And returning to our new friend, we encounter something new. Well, these zombie rock guys seem to not be very nice with them trying to Death Eater the other Roses, but we have some sort of power giving us the ability to push them away. But running away from them, we reach a dead end.
What? A dead end? No! Stay back! What on earth?
But something guides us out with words appearing from some sort of golden light, and following it we actually escape the dungeons, entering the main castle area.
What are you? Okay. What were those things? What is happening here? How? What is this? Where am I? Not until I get this out of my body. There's a crystal here that will remove the mold. I need to find it. And I'm not leaving until I do. Who are you? My guardian angel? Do you have a name? If you're an angel, then Gabriel? Michael? Okay. Michael? What now?
Well, the text seems to just want us to leave as it is too dangerous, with it obtaining the name Michael from us, with Michael instructing us to just keep moving. Now in the castle we can find, of course, even more bodies and hear a very familiar voice.
Looks like we caught another. Lively now, aren't you? You should have put that effort into running. It would have made the chase that much more thrilling.
Let me go!
It would seem this little rabbit lacks the necessary fortitude. A pity. You had shown a little grit and actually escaped. That purifying crystal would now be yours.
The crystal.
Who's this? Oh, now we have a new little rabbit to pursue. Let's see how fast this one is. Find her! Hunt her down!
God, I love the Duke so much. He is such a cool villain for this DLC, and I love the performance. And it's so clear the voice actor, Aaron LaPlante, had a lot of fun reprising the role. But with us being spotted, we tried to escape. We can't with all the exits being cut off, but Michael gives us the most useful item. Gun, which he spawns out of thin air, displaying that Michael has some sort of influence over the world. But we get the Lemmy pistol, which is the basic starting pistol from the base game. It's okay, and what you will notice about Rose though is that she plays a little bit different to how Ethan played in RE8. She plays almost identically to RE7 Ethan. She feels clunky and not as smooth, which is a cool change. But anyway, with our gun obtained, we now have the objective to find 3 masks to get ourselves the purifying crystal. Simple enough, and I will be completely honest, this is all this section is. So I'm just going to quickly go over it. First of all, in the courtyard, Michael tells us that we need to use our powers to break this weird goopy thing. So we need to find an amplifier, which we very quickly find a blue jar thing, which is the amplifier. And with this, we can now break these node-like things, which is cool, but it isn't really used in an interesting way at all. But with it, we can retrieve our first mask, the bronze masks. We can use these powers to unlock some new doors, like the Duke's room in the base game, and find a diary about how he just appeared here with no memories of who he was or what he was, which is interesting and does tell us that this isn't the real Duke, but someone's memory of him and perceived character. Heading upstairs though, we can engage with a couple more puzzles, but eventually the Duke surprises us with a new, bigger boy, and escaping that enemy, we can find an upgrade for our powers, allowing us to stun and slow enemies, which is kind of cool, but again, it doesn't feel very impactful in a way, and it does kind of feel just sort of thrown in there. But now we can find the key that we are after and take said key to the courtyard to unlock a new door. And here we again have the big boy start chasing us, who acts as the stalker enemy, but here he is slamming another rose into the ground, or through the ground, I guess. But ignoring that bit of abuse, we can engage with a slightly changed and, I'll be honest, very weird puzzle in the bathroom, because I just spammed these things and the puzzle solved itself.
What was the puzzle?
I thought I figured the puzzle out, but I didn't, but then I did figure, I don't know. This puzzle's very odd, I will be completely honest. But heading down, we are thrown into a combat gauntlet with the big boy, of course, acting as a stalker enemy that is pursuing us, but we can collect the silver mask fairly easily, and with said mask, escape. And in a new safe room, we can collect the painting, which can be used in another puzzle in a previous area. Doing that puzzle, it gives us a new key, the 3-eyed key, which will allow us to get the shotgun, a much needed upgrade from our pistol. And then this key can then be used to unlock a new door, and within that door, the final mask.
Easy peasy. What now? Where am I?
Rise and shine, little one. What a shame. You of us a hop, a skip, and a jump away from claiming your crystalline prize. I knew the real Rose would be so much more lively. It would be a shame to snuff you out so unceremoniously. Shall we prolong our fun a little longer? Oh, come now, don't pout. I've prepared a nice little diversion for you. So many sclerotia. Nearly all of them are counterfeit. Do you think you can suss out the real one?
Well, that ain't too good, is it? With the Duke throwing us into a trap, he gives us a test, and with the help of Michael, we pass the test very easily, escaping certain death. And making our way out, we can collect the crystal.
Well done, little one. You've more than earned this reward. Almost looks like the real thing, doesn't it?
What?
It's a replica, of course. Nothing that valuable could ever manifest on this stratum. Did you really think I'd give away something so precious? I had to bait the trap with something.
No! No!
Now comes the real fun. The perfect place for your demise. Let the show begin!
Well, we got pulled down again and now enter a massive fight with the big boy. And honestly, it's actually a decent boss fight, but man, we really haven't got a lot of story stuff yet, have we, in character development. It's just been very puzzle heavy and gameplay heavy. And I'll be honest, the opening is fairly weak for this DLC. While I love the Duke being here and I love his character and everything, and his performance, it isn't enough here for what this DLC is. Shadow of Rose needed to be a character heavy DLC to really distinguish itself, and it hasn't really done that yet. It hasn't set itself apart from any other game yet, and Rose is the key for that, being different. Well, yes, she is a different person, and you know, she's not a normal person, but Shadow of Rose can't just be a normal Resident Evil experience. It needs to be something very different to distinguish itself. But finally defeating the big boy, the Duke makes it clear he doesn't play nice.
Useless creature! Such a disappointment! No matter. Your imminent demise is inevitable.
Where? What? Down there? Where am I now? Stratum. I don't want to leave. Not until I find that crystal. I'm tired of being a freak. I want to have friends. I want to live a normal life. Without this curse. If that purifying crystal can make that happen, make me normal, then I'm not going back until I find it. Yeah, so? All right then.
And now we end up at the next section, the Beneviento house, which should tell us more about what is going on, as this is a more psychological moment, which is made clear with now Rose's memories being used against her, with the monkey, her toy, which was her best friend when she was a little baby, is here in this level. And this section is the best part of this DLC, because it really dives into Rose's character and what troubles her and what has happened to her growing up as a bioweapon human hybrid. And I think this is what this DLC really should have opened with, because unfortunately this DLC is remembered as a bit meh when I think it could have been very good. First of all, we can find a diary, which is of Rose's childhood. It is her childhood diary, talking about what happened to her when she first went to school. She was bullied relentlessly for being different and having a white sweat-like substance secrete from her when she gets nervous. Again, she isn't entirely human. She is part bioweapon. But Chris Redfield said to the teachers that she is entirely safe. This substance won't hurt the other kids. And entering the next room where the doll was in the original game, we can find the crystal and hear a very familiar voice.
Playtime. You don't need that junk.
Hey, my stuff.
That is Evelyn, another being infected by the mold at birth. And honestly, this whole section is not only a really good dive into Rose, learning about how she was bullied in school, who bullied her, how she was unable to make friends, the people that she thought were her friends, who were called Lucy and Catherine, bullied her relentlessly, but it's also a very interesting dive into Evelyn as a character. And to me, it highlights these two, that they are more similar than people realize, and that they're meant to be used as a foil to each other. They're meant to be two sides of the same coin. They are the same kind of being, but they're very different in how they ended up. But despite how much I love this section and how it dives into Rose's troubles and issues with growing up with her powers, and also Evelyn and how jealous she is of how Rose was given the family that she so greatly desired, there's one thing I hate about this section. Why is it in the Beneviento house? Why? Genuinely, why? Now, you might question why am I saying this? Well, obviously, it's just been a reused area. The devs obviously couldn't rebuild and remodel the Baker household for this section. The Baker household, though, I think 100% needed to be here. I think this DLC needed a new area to really make it distinguished and its own. And also, it's meant to be the final moments and chapter closing ending of the Winter's duology of games. Why is there no locations from RE7 in this DLC? Evelyn never was in the village, technically. She kind of is, because she's also part of the mold, so she technically is in the village, and she did appear in Ethan's stream. But I really think they should have made Evelyn's section, the Baker household, tie it into that, make that horror return, fucking bring Jack back, make this DLC kind of like the best moments from each game. The opening section, you have RE Village's strongest section with Castle Dimitrescu, and you can have the Duke, of course, be the main villain. And obviously, I think you should tie in some more story elements there about how Rose doesn't want to be used as a weapon for the government, whatever. And then obviously, I think the Baker household should tie more into the family aspect that Rose has a problem with, how she can't accept who she is, how almost rejecting her powers and her being a bioweapon in a way is rejecting her father. And of course, you have Evelyn, who is then used as a comparison to Rose. Evelyn is the opposite of Rose. She was a girl with the same basic origins, other than she wasn't made biologically. She was made in a test tube, but she wasn't treated with love and care and respect. She was treated like a weapon, which Rose could have been treated like. I think this would have made it such a good DLC that would have acted as a great closing part for these two games, and I think it would have ended the Winter's story perfectly. But because it's in the Beneviento household, well, yes, I think it's still a fine location and it is used really well in this DLC. I think it just shows that there was definitely either time constraints or what I think most likely a bit of laziness on Capcom's part. I think they knew this DLC wasn't going to sell that well. Again, RE8 did not outsell RE7, so I think they definitely saw that the DLCs didn't sell as well as like a new game. That's probably why they made RE3 remake a whole game and not a DLC for RE2, and probably why they didn't make more DLCs for RE8 and why this one took so long. I suspect this DLC was made by kind of a skeleton crew, like a very small team who just sort of threw together some assets from the base game, made a very simple game, and it was done. But I really do think they should have given this more care and way more respect, because it does feel very lazy in sort of parts, which is such a shame, because again, the story being told here is so interesting and I find it fascinating. Rose is a character that I want to learn more about, and I want to dive more into what problems she had at school, like how scared she is of growing up and all that, and the DLC does do a good job at that. But again, the location doesn't fit the story being told. I think the Baker's household needed to be here. But again, that is me just being extremely nitpicky. But solving more puzzles, Evelyn continues to mess with us, eventually with us having to find a fuse for the elevator. But the mannequins have come to life, and this is a really good Weeping Angels bit, I just can't even lie. It's really well done, and it actually makes it scary, which is something that Resident Evil often struggles to do, especially with 8. 8 had one moment of good horror. This DLC also has a good moment of horror, and it did actually freak me out a bit, with me getting jump scared occasionally with the doll moving around constantly. But retrieving said fuse, we can turn the elevator back on and use it.
I want this thing work! Why aren't you doing this?
You're after the crystal, aren't you?
Do you know where it is?
I've gathered some friends just for you. Entertain them, and maybe I'll tell.
And now we enter this really bizarre section where we are shrunken down and there are dolls running around chasing. I really don't like this bit, I think this is really too silly for me. I know Resident Evil is a silly series, but this is like way too silly and way too stupid. Again, I know it's a dream section. I don't like it though. I think it's way too stupid. It's this really long stealth section as well, which is just not fun. This is a really weak part and probably the worst part of all of Resident Evil 7 and 8 combined. So I'm just going to completely move along to the next section.
No one likes Rose because she's a freak. Hey! She has those creepy powers. Just like her dad. That's why she doesn't have any friends.
Shut up!
You know it's true. What is wrong with her? She's afraid. Look at her.
No.
Afraid of what she might turn into.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Escaping the dolls, we now enter the final part of this section with Michael saving us again.
I can't take much more of this. Why are they talking about my dad? I never even met him. No, I don't know. I don't know the first thing about him. I wish I did. All I know is he died protecting me. Sometimes I try to imagine what my life would have been like if he hadn't died. Would he have taught me to ride a bike? Helped me with my homework? Read me a story every night? Would he have been there for me? Proud of me? Sometimes, when I feel lost or afraid, I try to imagine what he might have said to me. Where are we? It feels familiar, like I've been here before.
Whoa, what's this? Actual character development? Crazy. But Michael wants to show us something. The Winters household, the house at the beginning of RE8. Why are we here? Well, I think you're probably picking up what I'm putting down. This section allows Rose to explore the house that she grew up in as a baby, and it allows her to hear Ethan's voice when interacting with important items linked to important memories in Ethan's life. But the most important part is a letter located upstairs, a gift for Rose that Ethan was never able to give her.
Happy half-birthday, Rose. My gift to you is a promise. I'll always be there for you, no matter what. I'll be there every birthday to watch you blow out the candles on your cake. I'll be there to make you breakfast and walk you to school every day. I'll be there when you have a bad dream and sing to you until you fall back asleep. I'll hug you tight when you're troubled or worried and tell you that everything's gonna be all right. You are my precious Rose. Never forget that, Dad.
I really love this whole cutscene, as not only does it act as a way for Rose to learn about her father, but also for us to learn about Ethan. Ethan, again, is one of the most underdeveloped RE protagonists we've ever had, and he had 2 whole games for himself, but he still feels so underdeveloped. And this small section, this one cutscene, does more for Ethan's character than both games combined, in my opinion. This section actually humanizes Ethan. It shows to us what is so important to him and what kind of man he is, and we never saw that in RE8 or RE7. Yeah, we got glimpses of it, but this is the moment where that distorted blank face that we never saw started to actually get an identity, and I think that is the important part. This DLC makes Ethan his own character. It gives him the identity that he desperately needed. It gives him the character that I wanted him to have in the base game. And I honestly didn't expect this DLC to hit me as hard. I really felt this cutscene here, and it's crazy how much it actually hit me, as RE games, I'll be honest, don't hit me that often, but this did. Side note, I also really liked Ethan's voice actor in this DLC. I think he did a great job. I think when he came back, I think he knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he made a great performance. I think he knew this was the last time he was going to play Ethan, and he wanted to make sure he went out with a bang, and he gave us a great performance, one that rivals Leon, Chris, Jill, and everyone else. It sounds like a man that desperately wanted to be with his daughter and wanted to protect her in every way, and I believe it. But not only that, we hear his daughter crying, breaking down, wishing she could have met the man entirely. It's just genuinely this great moment that I adore. But not only that, story-wise, Ethan's voice represents something more for Rose. This was a voice that she desperately needed to hear. A man that loved her through and through because of who she was, not what she is. She is Rose, not a bioweapon to Ethan. She is his daughter, and this letter represents that. But anyway, like anything in Resident Evil, with a good scene, there must come bad. And of course,
no one loves you.
Evelyn appears.
No! Michael! Michael, help! Michael!
Guess what? That thing you're looking for isn't here.
So, you don't have the purifying crystal?
Of course not. For that, you'll have to go deeper. Much deeper. Poor Rose. She can't trust anyone.
Why are you doing this?
No one loves you. And when you're dead, no one will care!
Now, honestly, thematically, Evelyn, as I stated, is the perfect villain to have Rose face, because Evelyn was the child forced upon Mia and Ethan, and she is what Mia was scared about. Would her child that is part mold turn out exactly like Evelyn? Something purely evil? Would she have to face that same nightmare again? But this time she would be stuck with it. But for Rose, Evelyn represents her doubts and self-hatred. For argument's sake, they are the same thing. They are two girls forced to be something different, something that they didn't choose. But one has been surrounded by love and the other scientists. But at the end of the day, they are very similar girls who have very similar origins. But I also believe a lot of the things that Evelyn says, Rose deep down probably thinks that everyone hates her, no one loves her. All these things, that's all Evelyn has truly felt, is what Rose might feel, being surrounded by people that bullied her in school, by teachers that were scared of her, with the only people that truly loved her being her mother and her dead father. Let's be honest, Chris probably was very distant because it's Chris Redfield, and the Hound Squad are government agents. They probably weren't that active in her life. She probably had very few people in her life that actually cared for her, and that's what Evelyn craved so badly. That small amount of love made that big of a difference from making Rose Evelyn, and could have made Evelyn into someone like Rose. Just that small difference. And again, with Rose now fighting Evelyn, it is her fighting her darker side, her negative thoughts. And yeah, it's kind of thematically fits as well with the colors of their outfits. Evelyn has black hair and black clothes, a more evil side, while Rose has blonde hair, a light jacket, but wears a black hat, like that good inside of her has been sort of covered over by evil of the world, bullies, people being scared of her. You get the point. Honestly, this game has so much symbolism in it that it's insane how little of it is picked up. But trying to escape, Michael helps us one last time, and we use the lift to escape. But of course, shit goes wrong, and we enter a boss fight with Evelyn, which is kind of similar to the base game RE7 boss fight with her. But quickly dealing with her, as it's a very basic boss fight, we have one final chat with Evelyn before it ends.
I can't believe how useless I am. No wonder no one loves me. What now? This is all your fault. And I will never let you have what you want!
Rose, look out!
Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
No way, Michael was actually Ethan this whole time? Nah, couldn't have predicted that. Why would this random ghostly figure help this random girl that he's never seen before? Yeah, it was very obvious. But with Ethan saving his daughter from his estranged adopted daughter, we of course find ourselves in the next area of this dream world, a much deeper section. Insert that cutscene.
Michael? Are you there?
Rose, look out!
He saved me. But he didn't make it. That voice. My dad's voice. Is Michael my dad?
Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
Because of him, I can keep going. I have to find that crystal.
Well, it appears Rose has also inherited Ethan's psychomantis-itis. About stating the obvious. I'm joking. I'm being mean here and very nitpicky. It's clear that a girl would be very confused about what is going on and would vocalize this to herself to try figure it out. I do that myself. I talk to myself. But we now find ourselves back at the village, and it looks a bit different. So we now begin to explore the village to figure out what the hell is going on. And this part I thought was very un-Resident Evil-y feeling. I don't know, it just doesn't look right to me. I don't know, it just doesn't look right. I get it, again, dream world, different place, different plane of existence, but just visually, doesn't look right to me in a Resident Evil game. But we can now see another Rose who starts guiding us through the village, but these slightly wrinkly sucked roses try to stop us, so we shoot them, kill them, and move past them. And clearing some goop, we can see the origin of all these roses.
Is this where those copies of me came from?
And here we discover that Miranda has been continuing her experiments to try receive her daughter, even in death, in this dream world, by using these husks, as she calls them, desperately trying to create a worthy vessel to revive her daughter. But she believes that because the real Rose is either still alive or in the real world, not consumed by the Megamycete, whatever, it is impossible to do so. So moving further in, we can find a shrine to the Black God, of course, that being Miranda in the village. She was called the Black God. And searching a little bit further, we find the purifying crystal.
It's working. Oh my God. Is this what normal feels
Rose, I've waited so long for you.
Who are you?
My name is Miranda.
What?
You had become so powerful. Far too powerful for me to subdue directly. So, I had to lure you into this realm so that you might willingly relinquish your powers.
No, but Kay said...
Did he? Or did I? That Kay was an illusion. Very convincing, wouldn't you say?
No way.
Now you can become the vessel for my Eva!
Rose, run!
Ethan, you pest!
Go!
Stop me from he can manifest. He can't save you, Rose! No one can. Rose!
And now, with Ethan and Rose hand in hand, they start to make their escape. And while they do so, they have a slight chin wag. But of course, Miranda doesn't make it easy for us to escape.
Get away from my daughter! Stay away from my family! Rose, come on!
You can't escape me, Rose. Ethan, persistent as always.
Dad!
Rose, now's your chance. Go live a normal life. Make friends. No one will ever call you a freak again.
But...
Rose, just go!
I don't want to leave you!
I know. I love you, but I need to know that you're safe. So please, just...
Ethan, you insolent pest!
I got this. Get out of here!
Don't worry, Dad. I've got this.
And now we enter the final boss fight, with Rose choosing not to change who she is, in a sense, choosing to embrace that part of her that came from her father, choosing to embrace the dark parts of her life, as that's what makes her whole. And we enter the final boss fight with Miranda, and it's pretty good, I can't even lie. It's actually better than the base game boss fight with Miranda, with us having the ability to now dodge and also counter. It's a decent boss fight. It's not the best RE boss fight ever made, but I will not lie, I actually enjoyed this boss fight, and I thought it was a good ending for this game, for this DLC. And after defeating her, of course, we get one final cutscene.
Hey, sweetie.
Oh my god!
You're so grown up now. And even though I wasn't there with you, I've always watched over you. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you.
All you've ever done is protect me.
No. Not this time. You lost your chance. I'm so sorry.
No. It was my choice. And I don't regret it one bit. If I had left you, then we never would have had this chance to talk face to face. So it's okay. I'm okay.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so very proud of you. I love you, Rose.
I love you too, Dad. I'm back. I'm back. Dad.
Honestly, I actually really like this ending scene. I think it not only does, again, a lot for Rose's character, but Ethan as well. It gives a father the chance to finally connect with the daughter he was forced apart from. A father who did everything and gave everything, and finally learning that all of those sacrifices that he made were worth it in the end. It's a moment where he's able to fully express the love that he feels for his daughter in his own words before fading out and fading away. Brings a tear to my eye. It's beautiful. The last thing that Rose receives from her father is his wedding ring, something originally given as a vow of eternal love now passed down to his daughter. It becomes a physical promise to Rose that he will always love her and watch over her, even after death. The DLC itself ends with the same cutscene as the base game, but now it is completely recontextualized as we finally understand the depth of Rose and Ethan's relationship. Her expression of love for him isn't just something she was told to feel by her mother, it's genuine. She feels that love deep within her, despite never being able to grow up with him in her life. And the final man walking down the road, again, only reinforces the ring's symbolism, a quiet echo of the promise Ethan left behind. Honestly, I think it's a massive shame that this DLC and its story are missed by most people. It completes Ethan's arc as a father. Not only did he physically protect his family, but now, like most fathers hope to, he is able to help his child emotionally right at the time when she needs it most in her life, when Rose is questioning who and what she is. Ethan simply reminds her that she's his daughter, and that's enough. He loves her unconditionally for who she is and for what makes her unique. Yes, she may be like Evelyn, a bioweapon merged with human. First and foremost, she is Ethan's daughter, his heart and his world. Even the act of Ethan giving Rose's jacket again is deeply symbolic. He's giving her his warmth even after his death. His actions in Village will always be remembered, and deep down, Rose will always know that her father loved her because she can physically feel it. The jacket itself represents that feeling. Rose choosing to embrace her power and save her father is also symbolic. Not just choosing to accept herself, faults and all, but also a form of returning the love. Choosing to not forget the trauma and the tragedy of her father. She's no longer hiding the part of her that connects her to Ethan. She wants to embrace that and be proud of who she is and who her father was. The mold, while symbolic of tragedy and suffering in Ethan's story, also becomes the bond that unites them, an unbreakable connection between a daughter and father forged out of tragedy, which happens a lot in family. It's often said that a tragedy can bring families together stronger than ever. It's a love that even death cannot destroy, an eternal promise between a father and his daughter to love each other forever, despite tragedy. At its core, Resident Evil Village was never about folktale monsters and fairy tales, or the mold, or even survival. Just like Resident Evil 7, it's about family, about loss and love, about how the things we carry from those we've lost can either break us or keep us going. Ethan Winters wasn't a hero in the traditional sense. He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't trained to deal with what happened in Village. He was just a father, a man trying to protect the people he loved in a world that seemed determined to take everything from him. But that's what makes him special, because Village isn't just a story of another virus or an evil corporation. It's the story of what it means to be human in a world built on inhumanity. Miranda tried to conquer death out of obsession, trying to save her daughter, doing everything in her power to do so. Ethan faced it out of love. She wanted to control life, he wanted to protect life. And that's the difference between them, despite doing very similar things. One saw family as something to possess, the other saw it as something worth dying for. And when Rose meets her father one last time in Shadow of Rose, it completes everything. It's not just closure, it's a connection. A father finally gets to tell his daughter that she's perfect just the way she is, and she finally gets to feel the love that he gave his life to protect. The mold, the monsters, and the pain, it all just fades away in that moment. What's left is a simple thing, the warmth of a jacket and the echo of his voice. And the promise that love doesn't die when people do. Because that is what Resident Evil Village is truly about. Family isn't just the people who are there with you now. It's the people who stay with you even when they're gone. It's the memories that guide you and the pain that shapes you, and the love that refuses to fade after. Ethan Winters may have been made out of mold, but he died more human than anyone else in this story. A father, a husband, and a hero. And through Rose, his love will live on, because even in a world built on death and decay, that love will still find a way to live and flourish. Because even in a world built on death and decay, that love will always find a way to flourish. Also, the game has a mercenary mode, but I don't think that's too important. It is pretty fun though, I can't even lie. Hello lads and lasses, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed, please like, comment, subscribe, all the above. And let's quickly do the channel member shoutouts before I forget. Thank you to Chelsea and Tyler, Marty Morris, Game Scavenger, Gator, Artman XP, Darren76, It's Bird, Carter Phillips, Corrego, Zaralino, Kento, Ermin the Turk, Ashley, Seagood, Not Saber, Jane Caliber, Jamie Barrett, Juniper LP, Damla Rat, Zartane FF14, Straightgin, Synapse, Camden Shepherd, Lonink12, Mr. Disappear, Shaku, and Jack Gitto. Thank you everyone for support, greatly appreciated. Anyway, let's talk the future again, I guess. So, obviously this video took me way fucking longer than I expected. So, my initial plan was to do 2 videos in December, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get 2 out in December. So my plan is to sort of make 2 at the same time, but I'm going to focus on one and then sort of flip to the other. So I want to finally do my Counter-Strike video. If you don't know, I'm a huge fan of Counter-Strike. I love playing the game. Currently the Budapest Major is going on, which is a big event in the game, and I'm enjoying the game a lot recently. So I want to, while I'm actually enjoying the game, play the game with you lot. I don't know when my next days off from work are. I want to try to do 2 or 3 days when I'm off and playing with you guys so I can get some good moments and everything. But I'll put that in the Discord, so if you want to join the Discord and join in with that event and everything, it will be in there, and that will be the first event of the server. And I want to try to do these more often because I want to do other horror games and other games in general. So I've always wanted to do games like Repo and other horror co-op games, but obviously I don't have people to play with, which is either sad or just sort of poetic in my eyes. But I want to try to do more multiplayer stuff, more stuff in general, because it will allow me to make more funnier videos if I can bounce off other people. Because obviously I'm sure my monotone voice speaking about games is kind of boring, but also I think I have quite an interesting story with Counter-Strike, which spans over 10 years now, which is crazy to me that I played Counter-Strike when I was that young. But yeah, I don't know when it'll be. It'll be sometime in December probably. I'll start queuing and playing with people to get some footage for the ending part of the video, because the first part of the video will just be my story with the game, like what I call the chapters in my sort of the game's history for me, with differing people, differing life events, different ages obviously as I grew up. It'll be an interesting video for me to make, especially for, not only was it meant to be for my 20k subscriber special, but obviously now closing the book on 2025, I think it'd be a great video just to sort of look back and everything. Obviously I also stated I wanted to do a Dead Rising video because I love Dead Rising, and Dead Rising's sort of become my Christmas game. I always play Dead Rising at Christmas for some reason, so I will probably play it. I don't know if I'll get the video out before the end of the year, but I should get at least one of them out, and if I don't, then it's me being a lazy shit or being worked to the bone, because Christmas time, obviously if you're a working adult, you work more, so that's always good fun. But yeah, again, thank you everyone so much for the support. It's been greatly appreciated so much. Hopefully the CS video will not take me anywhere near as long. It will not be anywhere near as long as this video. It will be way shorter, but yeah, hopefully it'll be out within a few weeks. I hope, God, I hope it will. But I actually need to make the video and actually script it out. It's very hard to script that video, I will be completely honest. But that is entirely enough waffling from me. Hope you all enjoyed. Stay safe out there. See you around. Crocodile.